Yeah, actually, yeah.
Yes, I thought so. Karin, would you like to say a few?
Yeah, yes. Thank you, Neil, and good morning, Craig. Good to see you. Yes, I'll go first with a quick welcome. I just have one slide I would like to share with you. I hope you can see it. Yeah, is that all right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. I'm Karin Moser. I'm a professor of organizational behavior at LSBU. The reason I'm here is that I'm also the director of the London Centre for Business and Entrepreneurship Research, which hosts this conference that Dr. Craig Duckworth has organized. Craig is also a member of our research centre. I was very pleased when he suggested this conference. One reason is I'm personally convinced we need to talk about ethics, do research on ethics, including in teaching much more, but it also fits very nicely with our research centre. What do we actually do? We have a really broad range of research and activities, and also collaborations with organizations and businesses in the London Centre for Business and Entrepreneurship Research. There's essentially 5 strands that we address. One type of research really looks into all the effects of globalization that we have, of multiculturality that comes with it, and how this affects individuals, organizations, and businesses. Then another really big strand of research is digital technologies and how we integrate those at all levels. So all that has to do with AI, effects, impact of AI, digital transformation, but really on all levels. Again, a third one is what we all want to know: what will the future bring, the forecasting of markets and businesses. A fourth one is very much connected to what you will be talking about today, and I was pleased to see how many people signed up, and I'm really thrilled by the international set of speakers that are giving talks over the next 2 days. Is all about ethics connected to corporate governance, sustainability, responsibility. This also entails what I would call ethical research in the wider sense. So there's also research here about equality, fairness, organizational justice, equality of access, and similar things. And lastly, we also have a chunk of research that develops new methodologies to address all of those things. If you're interested to hear more, and especially also about the sustainability, ethics, and responsibility strand of our research, please visit the website. You can also contact us directly. These would be the email addresses. Yeah, so this just leaves me to wish you a really good 2 days, and to hand over to Craig for the opening address of this conference. I will be attending part of it as much as I can. I also look forward to the publication that I believe is in planning connected to this conference. And thank you to Craig and all of the speakers, and also Neil for making this possible and hosting the conference. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Tomorrow as well.
Thank you, Karin. Thank you, and thank you, Neil. Just 1 second. What's happened? Okay, I'm just going to try to share my screen now. Conference intro, share. It's telling me I'm sharing. Hopefully I am. Where?
Good.
Yes, you are, Craig.
Then I go from beginning. Okay, good morning. Very warm welcome to you. This is an introduction, not a keynote, just an introduction. Just really ease us into the day. I think I've got 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes. Please stop me if I go over. I'll try to time myself. This is really for maybe those who are sort of uninitiated, who don't really, not familiar with this connection between ethics and economics, and they're wondering why we might be talking about it. And also maybe just a quick refresher for people who are more familiar with the ideas. I will work at some speed, so I won't ponder too much the details. I just want to give an overview and a sense of really what this conversation is between ethics and economics, and why it might be important, and why it might be important for it to be more present in the curriculum, the economics curriculum. Let's begin then with this. So we'll all be familiar, I think, that Adam Smith is often referred to as the founder of the discipline of economics. What is often not mentioned, or not mentioned quite as much, is that there might be what we might call two Adam Smiths. He wrote The Wealth of Nations, of course, but before that he wrote The Theory of Moral Sentiments. In an age before sort of discipline specialisms, Smith was one of the great polymaths, and he was a moral philosopher, and he taught in jurisprudence, and then he investigated economy. Now, what we find is that in The Wealth of Nations, we've got all the stuff about regulating businesses, the advantages of trade, absolute advantage, the advantages of specialization, and his famous example of the pin, and his settlement of this kind of conversation, which was taking place at the time, about private vices and public benefits, and how we have social order when people are apparently working in their own self-interest. I think Mandeville, Fable of the Bees at the time, was also a book which addressed this kind of issue. But in the theory, and he has this assumption really of the what drives markets is self-interest, and people operate in their rational self-interest. To be as brief as I can, The Theory of Moral Sentiments is a very different work. Here, he talks about the human instinct for care for the other, for the capacity we have for identifying with the suffering of others, feeling their pain. He works this up into a moral theory in which he talks about the impartial spectator. So while it might involve sort of impartiality, detachment, reason, what drives it, and this is also a Hume story you'll find in David Hume, what drives it is this sort of instinct for, as I say, if you like, care for the other, or you wouldn't use that kind of language. So the question is, which of these Smiths was most influential on economics and the development of the science over time? That's correct, The Wealth of Nations. We can see I've got a really just selected a quote here from a paper from 1984 from Victorian Studies, which talks about these William Stanley Jevons, who was one of the sort of founders of economics as a discipline in its modern form. And it says here, from his first encounters with the literature, specifically The Wealth of Nations, it is evident that Jevons discerned the mathematical character of economics. Economics, he announced at the beginning of his theory of political economy, must be a mathematical science. So we can see something there in the 19th century of the seeds of what came to be economics as we know it, orthodox economics, a very mathematical discipline. One of the issues that the mathematical scientific model of economics faces, that models itself on natural science, indeed explicitly in Jevons, is that when we talk, the focus of attention is markets, market outcomes in part, and of course we're dealing with human interests. But what the economist doesn't want to do is to be led into complicated, controversial debates about value, because that would, if you like, spoil the scientific nature of the economic enterprise. It would, for those of you familiar with this kind of things, then, of course, economics is principally positivist, has developed, and doesn't really want to have any truck with ethics. But how can it deal with human interest? And what naturally leads to conversations about value, yet not get involved in those controversial discussions? Well, there are a lot of sources we can draw on, but a famous one is Sen from 1970, where he says, well, the kind of value judgments that economists use, Pareto principle, for example, for those of you who are familiar, the kind of value judgments the economists will use, they're so basic, they're so uncontroversial, so it's claimed, they're almost descriptions of what people would agree to if they were asked. Yeah. So if you've got a situation where everybody can be made better off and nobody worse off, who's going to argue with that? So it's a kind of a value judgment that's used in economics, but it's supposed to be what we would all agree to, and therefore, doesn't lead to engagement in complex ethical argument. So we get this kind of economics insulated from ethics. Just to try to capture something of what the underlying assumptions are, or the givens, or perhaps presumptions of economics. If we look at this, the statements there in the second box, all voluntary and legal trades are permissible. Competitive markets exhaust all possible trades and under conditions of scarcity reflected in prices and incomes. In a competitive environment, got to decide how to allocate resources. Somehow, markets do in a way that exhausts all possible trades, and they're all permissible, and we know they are because they're voluntary and legal. And in this way, the markets maximize preference satisfaction. And you will agree, that's great. So this is a kind of the economist settled position. No need for controversial, complex ethical discussion. Let's just all agree this is as far as we need to go when it comes to value. But consider briefly, I want to consider an example briefly here. And this is price controls during hurricane season, or more broadly, when there are natural disasters. The idea of price controls, fixing prices, the government fixing prices at a certain level and saying that you can't charge higher than that. But of course, during hurricanes, natural disasters, demand increases for water, torches, etc. And in addition, the demand becomes less price sensitive, becomes more inelastic, we would say. And so market prices, we can predict, will rise in that kind of context, to match demand and supply, the flow of stocks and the flow of consumer demand. Prices will rise to equilibrate the market. So, for example, let's think about hotel rooms during the hurricane season. Now, as I understand it, in Florida at least, there are restrictions on prices for hotel rooms and limits on what can be charged during, say, hurricane season. So there are price controls on hotel rooms. Of course, there might be a greater demand for hotel rooms and other types of rented rooms during that period, because people either have lost or they're at risk, or they're fleeing their normal location. Okay, now the thing is, we might argue that price controls are a bad thing in this context. It's not necessarily the case. It's not. There are many people who would argue that price controls are actually a bad thing in the context of hurricanes and natural disasters. For one thing, higher prices might encourage suppliers to take risks, to operate in risky situations, and also knowing that they're going to get a decent return, then it will encourage them to build stocks prior to the natural disaster. It may also encourage room sharing, so that different families might share. It might also encourage people to engage in a more thorough assessment of the personal risk they face because of the cost of renting a room. So these are arguments actually put forward, I believe, in Félix-Fernando. We might argue against this, that markets register only so-called effective demand, and so they might be unfairly exclusive in this context, because markets tend not to, they don't register preferences per se. They register preferences backed by income, the ability to, follow up their preference with cash. Price controls also, and this is an important and interesting one for ethics. Price controls may also discourage price gouging. I think it's a North American term, actually. So it's but a situation where producers might take advantage of the emergency conditions and raise prices really beyond what the market requires, and take advantage of that vulnerable position of consumers, or price gouging. But if we have price controls, it can discourage the price gouging. And what an economist might call moral hazard can be addressed in this way. Situations where, thinking about car insurance, for example, situations where you might be sort of tempted to behave badly if you're not being monitored, and there's an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. So the point is, and this is the second box here, and this is the last little section. The point is that ethics-free economics just can't get to grips with these questions, can't help us to address this issue in a meaningful way. Because from that perspective, the change in demand conditions just create an opportunity for exchange. And remember, so long as they're voluntary and legal, they're permissible. And what's more, they create an opportunity for further preference satisfaction. It's always good. So ethics-free economics doesn't really help us to address this issue. Now, one of the things that is often not referred to, but I think is true and something which deserves more exploration, is the last point there. So there's much to say here about the role of ethics, the role of a consequentialist moral theory will have something to say here, virtue ethics will have something to say here, and neo-Aristotelian ethical view around virtue, and the deontologists will have something to say about this, and the Kantian approach, and perhaps the ethics of care or feminist ethic we could bring to bear on this kind of question. But one thing that is worth saying, which as I mentioned, isn't really talked about in as far as I can see very, very much, and that's the problem around narrative and language. What Edward Fulbrook in 2016 in the narrative fixation of economics calls the narrative economics is its use of its reductionist language, rational agent, elasticity, all kinds of, abstractions, idealizations, so that the domain of the discourse becomes really kind of scientific, some would say pseudoscientific. But of course, what comes with Jevons's scientism, according to Jevons from the first slide, is a specialized language that is detached from lived experience. There are, for one thing, types of ethics around Martha Nussbaum, John Dewey, and very many others, Dempsey, for example, that are not detached in this way. And they can make a valuable contribution to how we approach economic issues, because they deal with the phenomenology of lived experience. And how important is that when having a conversation about the economics of, natural disasters? Of course, that's a very specific and dramatic example. But the implications of what I'm saying, I think, are more widespread. I just want to finish with sort of an indication as to why we might be doing this having this conference over the next 2 days. You can see some of the authors there are people who are presenting today. The one you can't, the ethical formation of economists there, that's edited by Iona Negru, has been massively instrumental in getting this sort of conference together and the whole project. And Wilfred Dolfmer, who will be presenting tomorrow, they're joint editors of the ethical formation of economists. So we can see that there's a move towards promoting ethics in economics among some leading theorists. One thing that I could perhaps focus on is the George DeMartino text. George will be presenting later this afternoon, and the Economist's Oath. The idea that what we need is professional economic ethics, because that's the way to seek adjustment to the way in which economists approach their theory and the way they do economics professionally in, for example, policy contexts. So, the speed of implementation of economic reform, for example, thinking about transitional economies or developing economies, for example, the speed of transition of economic change, for example, might be an issue, but it might be an issue for theory, but if it's going to have actual consequences for behavior, we need to think about the economist's conception of himself, or herself, themselves. Also, in conjunction with this kind of approach, there is, as many of you will know, the core project arose largely from the criticisms of economics following the financial crisis of 2008. And that's something which has been implemented at LSBU in the first year currently, in some really good course, which reflects an economics course, which reflects the intentions of the core project. And this is intended to make it a more applied discipline, more sensitive to the wider social issues and consequences of economics, and also involves, pays attention to ethics. And I suppose it's in part what we're doing here is a contribution to that conversation. But reteaching economics is a collective of early career researchers who are engaged in pluralist teaching, and there are other organisations not mentioned here. So the spirit of the thing, I think, over the next 2 days is just to think that, okay, it may be worthwhile having a conversation, for there to be a conversation between economics, in particular mainstream or orthodox economics, and ethics, and see if we can derive from this something that we can agree on is useful for curriculum. Just a last point, a lot of what people will say, I think, over the next 2 days, some of it won't address curriculum directly, but it's kind of implicit in what's being spoken about, just to mention that. Clear. That's all I wanted to say as an introductory session for the uninitiated, and a reminder for those who are sort of really familiar with these issues. And yeah, thanks very much. I'm hoping I'm pretty much, to time. I'll hand over to Neil. And Neil, I think there might be an opportunity for some beginning questions at this point, but I don't know if you want to just move to the next session.
Sure. If anyone does have any questions, please do feel free to pop your camera and microphone on, and then we will come over to you. Let's just have a look in the chat box. Okay. No, nothing so far, Craig.
No.
Bear with me. I'm just bringing up the program now. Thank you. So if anyone does have any questions throughout the day, we'd like to run this fairly informally and get some live dialogue going. So if you do have a question for any of our speakers during the Q&A time, and all speakers have been asked to factor in questions, then please do pop your camera on and ask those. We have about 12 minutes. So Mortiza, I don't know if I pronounced that right. Hopefully I have. Do you have a question for Craig?
Yes. First, thank you, Craig, for your comprehensive introduction. But the thing is, I see active resistance by mainstream economists toward avoiding ethical questions or anything normative, as we were taught that the first job of economists is to understand economy and its impacts, not to prescribe what to do. And this is active in the field. I don't know how ethical questions can come in, for example, in top 5 journals and get published. I don't know anyway.
Yeah, thank you. I suppose that might not happen, given the as well as I do that may well not happen. Of course, in the ethics field, they have equivalently high-ranking journals, but I'm not sure it'd make it into the top-ranked journals. I mean, I suppose that depends on the voice of somebody like a Sen, as somebody in the vanguard of ethics and economics, and then some of the people, of course, who are presenting today, of course. I think you're absolutely right. Normative economics is positioned sensibly at the end of sort of economics textbooks. We get to the normative economics after we've done the explanatory stuff, the positive stuff. But the thing is that we very often don't get to it, and it's ignored, and it certainly isn't emphasized. One of the reasons probably it's ignored is because there's so much so much weakness and so much, so many limitations in the normative economics itself, that I don't think there is I just personally think there's not a great deal of confidence around normative economics per se. And it's those who are dealing with ethics and economics who address those issues, because they're trying to take it on a step and engage with some of the complexity of the normative dimensions of economic issues, because welfare economics, normative economics itself doesn't do it. I think it's worth saying that part of the, for me personally, just speaking personally, I think it's important not to give the impression that ethics wants to, that ethics has some imperialist intentions. Economics is often accused of being imperialist, and what worries the economist, I think, in part, is that their domain will be invaded by external agents with their normative ideas. I think that the way that we approach ethics and how it's implemented in the curriculum needs to be respectful of the fact that economics as a mathematical scientific discipline delivers so much that's of incredible value, and that the intention is not to overrun economics with normative issues, but to complement and supplement, and to respect the existing, technical brilliance of economics who deal with policy issues, but not necessarily the normative dimensions. I mean, for me personally, I'm a little bit, there's a duality there. I love the formal nature of the discipline. I love its precision. I think the rationality assumption, for example, and the mathematical results that are derived from that is miraculous. But at the same time, when we push up against normative issues, we need to have a conversation which is up to the depth and importance of those issues. So it needs to be complementary. So yes, there is resistance, serious resistance, and in the heterodox versus orthodox field, there is some people think that we need to do away with the mainstream. Some people think that we need to accommodate the mainstream. Some people think that we can live they can live side by side. And I think in this kind of ethics versus economics field too, you can have different opinions on that. You might want to destroy the mainstream because you see it as damaging. My own position is that the mainstream should feel secure that its technical the technical argument that orthodox economists really ought to be respected, but the ethics can then complement what the discipline does. Yeah.
I see you are really supportive of the methodology used in economics, the econometrics and mathematics used, as they are really rigorous, but it can be the other way. In other fields like philosophy, I don't know philosophy, it's hard, but political scientists could use these tools and talk about ethical problems, not just economists have to do that.
Oh, I see what you mean. You mean it could have wider implications for other disciplines?
Other disciplines can take on this ethical problems.
Oh, I see what you mean. So also there's a split role really. So the economists take on the if you like, the explanatory stuff, and then the other disciplines take on the ethics. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Yes, that is something that I've considered. I think that is definitely a very sound view, very sound and solid view. I think for one thing, think of those scenarios. I've been reading recently Poverty in Place, which is a piece from the 1980s, which looked at ghettoization in the United States. And that comes out of collaboration between economists, sociologists, political theorists, and so on. When you look at the piece itself, even though you get that collaboration, it doesn't have it's a brilliant piece, of course, but it doesn't have that normative depth. It doesn't deal with certainly doesn't deal with lived experience, which I think is something that ethicists are likely to want to emphasize. It doesn't allow for voice community voice in a way that I think an ethicist would like to see. It works with kind of restricted conceptions of what is meant by well-being. You know, while there are technical and advanced definitions of poverty, they're not necessarily equally advanced definitions of well-being. He doesn't engage with those conversations around capabilities and opportunities and so on. So, you know, I think even when you get collaboration among policymakers, and of course you, among disciplines, and of course you do, what it doesn't necessarily lead to the emergence of meaningful normative debate. So I think there is still a role for ethics per se to play in this. Of course, you know, it's very difficult how you do that. And of course, there's abstract economics, there's abstract ethics, applied ethics. It's not as if you can just take, you know, ethics and say, oh, that's what it is, let's apply it. So these are difficult questions. But I just think that there's room for ethics, you know, as a separate consideration to play a complementary role across all these disciplines, certainly in a policy context.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now have a question from Kian. Kian, if you're happy to pop your camera on and ask a question, that'd be great.
Hello.
Hello, Kian. Hi.
Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to ask, you said that in normative debates we would prefer using natural languages, but not formal one, mathematics. Do you think that it's impossible to apply mathematics in normative debates?
No, and I think one thing that I haven't emphasized, and of course, if you look at the work of, say, Hausman and McPherson, and latterly Sachs, I think, then of course ethicists could have a lot to learn from the way in which economists approach issues. Of course, the rigorous application of, for example, game theory can and indeed does give us interesting insights into the nature of ethics. Of course, a lot of the experimental stuff around ethics and economics draws on game theoretic notions. So I think absolutely you can take those tools and apply them. It's also the case that, you know, if you take a Hobbesian view, if you take a Thomas Hobbes view, which he's drawn on by many people, political theorists and ethicists too. But if you take that kind of approach to understanding social order and the role of normativity in it, what Hobbes does is to assume fundamentally that we are rational and self-interested. Now, of course, we can have a long conversation about whether Hobbes is even useful, but it is an aspect of normative debate that can draw really usefully, and of course it doesn't work of Harding, for example, but that can draw really very usefully on the rationality assumption that you find in economics and how you go from that economic rationality assumption to a collective outcome which is ordered. You know, so I think one answer to your question, I think, would be that we can actually, the conversation is two-way, and we can take from economics and its formalism things that we can then apply in ethics.
Yes, thank you. So if I understood correctly, you mean that maybe the tools are much similar, but the goals are different in analysis.
Well, I suppose I would say that it can be that the goals are the same. An economist exploring the nature of fairness can use game theory and economic tools to explore that question, and indeed, of course, they do. That is ethics and economics combined. So there's a joint goal there. And it's just that I think that aspects of ethical reasoning can draw usefully on the formalism of economics.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the time we have for questions for this first part now. I'd now like to welcome Félix-Fernando Muñoz to join us for his presentation, revisiting the analytical relationship of ethics and economics. Felix, over to you.
Yes, I'm here. Suppose I'm here. Can you listen to me properly?
Can.
Okay, so let's see what is my presentation. Wait a minute, please. Because I don't have the local site. Okay. Second. Okay. I want to minimize this. Okay. So thank you very much for the organizers, for Karin, Neil, Craig, and all the staff at the LSBU University and the Center for Business Entrepreneurship Research for hosting this very interesting and inspiring conference. And in my case, as Craig has already said, in this paper, in this contribution, co-authored with my colleague María Isabel Encinar, here at Universidad Autónoma de Madrid, are very interested in how to connect in an organic way the ethical and technical issues in economics in order to organize the debate between these two very important topics. So, in my presentation, I will introduce the basic ideas that underlie the paper that is at your disposal, of course, and its main aims, if you prefer, in this contribution is that, as we have already listened to the previous speaker, that the different approaches to the analysis of the relationship of ethics and economics have different implications for both the theoretical development of that relationship from a theoretical point of view, as well as for teaching ethics to economists. So, as you already know, and we showed that in the contribution, standard economic theorism under mainstream economics, this relationship of social, moral, ethical values, and general and economics is one of mere juxtaposition. What's that? That typically this kind of economics put together, if any, the ethical and economic issues side by side in such a way that they don't mix. You can see exactly how they link in a natural way. So that's why we have this kind of paradoxes. We have goal paradoxes, the problem of altruism, and all that obviously denote the presence of ethical issues in economic phenomena that to some extent falls out of the economics way of analyzing this economic phenomena. So what we propose in our contribution is a change of perspective, okay? A change of perspective that instead of focusing in the logic of choice, that is how usually economics integrate or organize the analysis of economic issues, to move to a theory of the production of action, because in our opinion, this is when we talk of action, of human action in general, but of economic action, of real action, of agents, okay, when we can see how ethics integrate with economics in a more natural way. So, in our opinion, if the proposal we present here is to be taken into account, we think that the implication for teaching ethics to economics and for teaching ethics and economics with this hyphen, because we try to show that they are things that in a natural way go together, okay, are quite straightforward. Okay. What is the main issues when we move towards a theory of action instead to maintain our economic reasoning in under a logic of choice perspective? That we have to take into account processes, okay? We have no more to assume that goals and even means are given, as in the famous Lionel Robbins definition. Economics is the science that analyze how blah, 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 provided that we have agents have given ends. But if you have to introduce some way, in a natural way, ethics in the economic discourse, you don't have to assume that goals are given. That may be fine for certain developments, but not for the analysis of these topics in general, okay? And we have to take into account that human action, economic activity deploys in historical time. So the implications of this change of perspective is that we have to take into account uncertainty, and that any movement towards a theory of action or the production of action is a challenge for rationality, for ethics, for efficiency, and so on. We move probably from an instrumental rationality towards, for example, more practical reasoning, and that's more or less the point that Adam Smith introduced in his theory of moral sentiments, for example. Okay, so how does this work? We have developed elsewhere in a paper that we published in the Journal of in the Journal of Evolutionary Economics in 2014, how things move when we take into account how agents act in practice. Okay, so you can see in that paper all the technicalities that are under this figure, and with the part that first of all, agents, when they act, in reality, they form, this in an analytical sequence, they form action plans, bundles of action plans. And what's that? Action plans are, in this perspective, in this approach, are links, projective links between means and goals. And that's the point, because if we have this into account, we have that all means ordered in a logical and rational way to the to get or to reach those goals that agents produce. I will talk about this a little bit later. Okay, we have that goals, the goals of the plans that agents constitute. Okay, introduce a norm in the way they act. And that's the way we can, in our opinion, we can mix, we can put together normativity and more positive statements. So, more or less, it's like this. We assume that in a first analytical step, all of us, agents, agencies, and so on, they constitute bundles of action plans to be developed in the future. They project that action into the future, okay? These action plans depend, among other elements, in the cognitive and ethical dynamics of agents, to the extent that what they know, how they know, and also what they think things ought to be, for example, are important when they constitute their plans. And also, obviously, this is to the extent that the human action deployed in a social context, okay, that depends also in the cultural, depends on the cultural milieu, okay? So when I form my plans for tomorrow, a business plan or a plan to develop whatever, okay, I have to take into account from this perspective, how do I constitute these plans, depending on what I need, what I know, what I think things should be or ought to be, and obviously that depending on my personal circumstances, that is because I live in a particular culture, country, society, or whatever. When we depart from this, the next operation, this sequence of steps is that, and this is an economic one, is that from the, or within this bundle of possibilities of action plans, because agents cannot deploy all them because you have scarcity, for example, and so on. Agents select some of them, okay? Some of them that are not contradictory, that they think, they believe they are feasible, and so on. And this in the selection of plans, what is marked here in this picture like a T with a T in the moment T, in the instant T for the agent I, for example, this when they select that plan and try to implement, to deploy it in the social reality, that agents start to build, start to construct social reality, okay? And in this deployment of action plans, they do not only act in reality, they try to reach their goals. They order all those actions and means in order to reach those goals that are the norm of their plans, but also to the extent that these plans obviously interact with other agents and that produce an external reality to agents, for example, trades, productions, meetings, conferences like this, and so on. And when they do all that and they can see the outcomes of this interaction of plans, of intended action, in fact, okay, they observe the outcomes of that and they evaluate and they learn probably to which extent they are reaching their plans, they are reaching their goals, within their plans, the plans they build, constituted and selected, okay? And they evaluate that not only from an efficiency point of view. I mean, if you are already reaching what you intended to get, but also if your values are well fitted to the reality you are producing with the other agents that form that society. So one of the main ideas that underlie our proposal is that this sequence of constitution, selection, iterative deployment of intentional action, the intentionality is inserted in the goals and hierarchies of goals that agents pursue, and so on, the evaluation and the renewal of continuous renewal of this loop, for example, okay, allows us to identify, to locate where ethics can be located. Okay, for example, obviously in the very first step, that is in the constitution of plans, obviously, depending on my cognitive, cultural dynamics, but obviously from depending on my ethical dynamics, well, I think that how things should be, and depending also on this evaluation, the evaluation of what have already been produced, that I continuously try to be more effective when I interact with my colleagues, with my neighbors, or within the organization, and so on. Okay. In this approach, that you can find it in that paper in the Journal of Social Economics, okay, we can distinguish between the internal and the external domains of action, and we can see how social reality emerged. To have an idea, because somebody, I think that was Ian, asked how can you formalize these ideas. For example, if you use ABM modeling, you can do something like this. You start from instant T-1, for example. In instant T, you have n individuals, agents or agencies, for example, with a given state, income, the knowledge, their position in a social network, for example, and so on. The bundles of plans that these agents or agency constitute in each instant of time, in that loop that we have already seen in the previous slide, okay? And when they interact not only among individuals, but also with the external environment, for example, with the weather, with the physical environment, or with the institutional setting and so on, they produce the following state of affairs. Okay, they change the situation of the whole society, but also they change their own situation, because as we have seen just before, as far as they deploy this action, as far as they deploy their plans of action interacting with the rest of their colleagues, okay, they receive feedback that inform them to which extent they are getting what they wanted in their intentional action, okay? And again, they change the external environment, the institutional setting, and so on, and they continue to produce each instant of reality. So social reality in this approach emerges when agents interactively deploy their actions according to their sequences of actions and goals. Here is where goals plays a really, really, really key role, okay? Action as goals, okay, to be attained in their interaction with the rest of society, okay? And we can see here, the state of the system within agents interact evolves through a complex system of interaction that obviously it is not independent of their actions, but the outcome of those selected and deployed actions. And this is important. It's an important issue because, as Hayek, for example, said, is a common claim in complexity economics, for example, most of the outcomes are unintended outcomes. Okay, however, circumstances do not contradict the fact that even though I produce unintended outcomes too are the consequence of my intended action. So of my purposeful action that is informed by my goals, by my ethical dynamics, and so on. So where can ethics and its role in this context be located? Well, okay, first in action plans, as far as goals and their hierarchies and their links with actions and means depend of the way action plans are constituted, the very first step in the previous slide. Okay? It is in the constitutions, in the constitution of plans, where ethical dynamics, together with the other dynamics, the cognitive and the cultural ones, inform action and inform the way social reality emerge. Okay, and secondly, in the last step, the number 4 of the loop, okay? This when the outcomes of actions are evaluated by agents, where again ethical dynamics play a key role. Thus, the ethical dynamics, that is the conception of what reality should be according to agents, determine the type of plans, okay, the agents configure and try to deploy in interaction with other agents' plans. So, how is the relationship then under this approach between ethics and economics? Okay, we depart that this factual situation, according to standard or mainstream economics, where is paradoxes and goal paradoxes, for example, emerge and so on, we have that if we consider or we understand economics as a technology of choice, okay, or we are under the logic of choice, according to Sen, for example, we have this kind of relationship between ethics and economics, a mere juxtaposition of topics, okay, and all the debate, all the conversation will be developed in terms of utility, profit functions, utilitarism, consequentialism to some extent, and so on. But we cannot integrate ethics and economics in a natural way. What we propose, if we move to a production of action approach, is that moving from a technology of choice to an analysis, an economic analysis, obviously, of how agents act and interact in society and produce the outcomes, among them economic outcomes and so on, we can integrate in a natural way the ethical discourse with the more technical economic discourse, and we can integrate things in a more natural way. And it is under this approach that the cognitive and, in this case, the ethical dynamics plays a very, very, very key role. Okay? And the dividing line is, in our opinion, is this, is if you want to integrate both discourses, first, from a technical point of view, you have to take first a step back and look at how economics, how economic models, how economic theories proceed when they talk about goals and the technical role that those goals play in those theories. And when we have this scientific approach to economics, the mathematical one and so on, you have to take them as given, and there is no room for for ethical dynamics, for example. Okay, if you want to proceed that the way, you are in this trap that is represented in the where is my screen? In the left hand of this dividing red line. Okay, you can go out, you can exit that trap. Okay, and if you want to talk about ethics in a technical, methodological, but in a technical way, you have to move to a perspective that, to some extent, allows in this perspective allows us to make economics, but in a way in which goals are not necessarily given, maybe changing, and they can be changing not only because agents may have different ethical positions or very different ethical dynamics, but also because when interacting with other agents, they evaluate, reevaluate the consequences of their actions, the outcome they are producing, to which extent they are they feed what they intended or not, and so on. Okay, and it is in this context, and according to this differentiation between the logic of choice or the technology of choice, that is the way that mainstream economics proceed, and the production of action approaches to the ethics and economic relationship that we discuss in our contribution, for example, Same Paradoxes, and a very, very nice paper by Sumatra Ghosal about bad management theories, for example. And this is an illustration of how you can read, you can revisit this contribution, for example, Sen and Ghosal's contributions, okay, making a lecture or a reading from the logic of choice point of view, and you arrive at these paradoxes, or if you read them from a perspective that is more open to reality, that is that agents deploy their action in historical time, that they are inserted in processes, and so on. So, what are the, and just to finish here, according to our proposal, what would be the main implication, for example, for teaching ethics to economists? The first one is that, in our opinion, any solution to the ethics and economics with a hyphen relationship must be technical. This is very important. And if you do that, you take this first step back, okay, you will realize that you have to redefine concepts such as agency, rationality, efficiency, moving to a more dynamic point of view. Okay, so this is a substantial difference. Okay, and a second consequence or implication is that this previous step back to jump to a step forward, okay, is needed to locate analytically the place and role of ethics, or as we call this in our paper, ethical dynamics in economic theories. You don't do something like this or similar like this, or you don't have an alternative more or less in this way, we don't see how you can integrate both discourses in an organic way. Okay. So, in our proposal, a theory of production of action is needed, okay? And finally, the recognition of the organic role of goals and ethical dynamics in the constitution, in the development of economic reality, of economic processes, will allow to examine the implications of different ethical systems or economic reality, and thus, for us, is the importance of teaching ethics to economists. Not only because you can see this relationship from a technical or scientific point of view, but also because if you have a clear idea of this connection, you can see more naturally how your ethical positions will affect or will produce its effects in the constitution of social reality. So this is the point we wanted to point out here in this in these presentations. In this presentation, that not only we have a technical problem, but also we go to the practical problem of how teaching economic ethics to economists. We have to have a clear idea of how this must be done technically, because if we don't do that, probably we will remain again in the trap of putting together, but do not mix ethics and economic discourses. So this is my This is my point of view, and thank you very much for your attention. If you have any question or you want to have a copy of the paper, I will be glad to provide it to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Felix, for that. Any questions? Oh, and we have Stefan joining us. Stefan, over to you.
Thanks. Yes. I hope you can hear me, or should I put in my headphones?
No, we can hear you.
No, really interesting approach. I have to admit, I probably do not quite understand the technical aspects of it just through your presentation. I probably have to read the paper, so if you could send it to me, it would be really great.
Okay.
But what it reminds me of is arguments that I use in my course Ethics and Economics by Lutz and Lux, for instance, or Etzioni, who both stress in one way that there is an inner conflict. So what you seem to try to model is sort of the social conflict between different actors, and that actually there is social interaction that goes beyond just strategic interaction and game theory. I really find this really interesting and fascinating. But what Lutz and Lux and Etzioni add, or what's also there, is sort of the inner conflict. Is that also part of your modeling, that you have basically two or maybe more in Lutz and Lux for simplicity probably reasons, and Etzioni it's just two. It's the higher self and the lower self. And in Etzioni, the higher self is social because it's informed by values coming from the community. So he integrates sort of the social conflict with the inner conflict. So is that, do I understand that correctly, that this is sort of part of what you try to model?
Yes, that is a very important issue, because usually we have conflicting goals, for example, or conflicting actions. In fact, we can resolve them in different ways. For example, we can have a conversation, we can try to convince the other part and so on. But what is very important is what happens when we have conflicting goals, for example. Okay, that's the point. You say, for me, stealing is bad in general, but you know, business are business. So you say, I have a problem here because where is the dividing line between property and business as such, as you understand them? Because I probably understand them in another way. In the presentation by Craig, for example, he talked about the role of price control when we have a hurricane, for example. And this is the point. We know that, you know, this is the market, demand and supply. But you say, okay, that's good in general, but when we have a very specific circumstance in an instant of time T, probably we have to revise, we have to reconsider our position in these issues, because there is a moral good that is above just doing business, and is that we have to provide, for example, first aid or help our neighbors and so on, and to be nice with them, and do not charge incredible prices to torches, for example, and so on. So if you don't do that, you don't see how these issues work. But the point is that how can I convince people to be moral? Because you say, okay, this is like this is business, this is economics, and this is a very specific circumstance. I will be moral, I will be ethic that way. But you say that's not the point. The point is that you may be moral in a economic under economic rationality too. If you go to another example, for example, this financial crisis or the Enron case or something like that, okay, you say, I like to proceed this way because this is economic rationality, but you say, okay, but the outcomes of this way of proceed are terrible for society. How can I how do you say that, fix this horrible outcome? Okay, you have to be moral, you have to be good, but I am moral because I pay my taxes and so on, but that's not the point. The point is that your economic action, to the extent that they are informed by a very particular way of seeing what are the main goals that you pursue, that you are intended to reach and so on, may be causing rationally this kind of outcome. So if you want to repair this or to avoid this horrible or O for outcomes, probably you have to reconsider the priorities, the hierarchy of your goals. Perhaps you have to remove something, or perhaps you have to add something. For example, nowadays we have all these environmental, how do you say that? This environmental consciousness. So we have to be clean, we have to, okay, this is a nice example, because you to the extent that you integrate that in the way firms do businesses, and for example, we interact with the external environment, but also with our neighbors, probably you are developing or constructing a better society in a way or a direction that you consider is or should be the right one. That's the point. So you can do that, and you have tools that they are usually attached to given goals. For example, game theory, you have something like that. You have tools to analyze conflicting goals and conflicting action and so on. But the point is that what happens when goals, when the links, the way goals and actions are connected, are connected in a dynamic way, not in a fixed way. That's the point. So it's not easy, but we probably have to work in that line, in that direction, in order to model, if possible, to some extent, this kind of situation. I don't know if I have answered to your question, more or less. Okay.
Thank you, Steph. Thank you, Stefan. Emil, we'll come over to you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Yes. So thank you. My name is. I have a couple of questions to ask. My connection is not very good, but can you hear me, please?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Perfectly.
So thank you very much for the presentation. You have said it is very important to move from the technology of choice to production of action. But my question is, how is this going to change the way economic analysis is done? Because the structure of most of economic analysis is to say, we optimize. Optimization comes first. Optimize, and we add more constraint and so on. Even in altruism, you still have to optimize something. Do you think by adding or by taking into consideration ethic issues, are we moving away from that way, that framework of thinking? Because we will still be like optimizing them, even if we talk about considering the good, the well-being of other people, being altruist, and all those kind of, for the society, for everything, we try to look at what we call the social welfare. We are still in the same kind of approach of maximizing the social welfare, of even if we keep on adding constraint. So do you think by taking ethical issues into consideration, are we, or will we move away from that maximizing or optimization framework of thinking in economics? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Emil, is correct, Emil?
Yeah. My name is Emil, yes.
Thank you very much for your question. Okay. My research topic is economic theory in general, okay? So I have been in front of this challenging question many times. And I remember when I studied mathematical economics, if you want to produce economics in a scientific way, but when you say scientific way, you mean a mathematical way. In the presentation by Craig, he mentioned, for example, I have here the position of Jevons. Economics is a language that touches of lived experience, okay? Because, if you proceed that way, you can reach incredible developments for the science, for economic science, for economics in general. That's it. But the point is that you have a limit. And the limit is that if you consider that economic rationality is only maximizing something, okay, if you want to put that in an equation, you need to have fixed all variables, the number of variables, the form of the equation, and so on. Okay, because you cannot do mathematical economics, and that's the point. So if your problem is a problem like you go to a shop and you are in a hurry and you have to buy milk, okay, this way of proceeding is very reasonable. So you have your preferences for milk, you want milk, okay, you have time, you have an income, and you can see prices and so on. So you check the different alternatives and you choose the best one, the one that maximizes an index of action, in this case utility, for example, or profits or whatever. And in that case, okay, this is fine for me. This is what is economics about. And if tomorrow I come from to the same shop and prices have changed, or I don't have any income, or my income is double than before, and so on, I may change my decision. Okay, but that is a logic of choice where everything is given. Everything is given, and the problem is quite simple from philosophical point of view, if you want. But technically, it's very easy. More or less, it's the same when you have, for example, dynamic models in macroeconomics and so on. At the end of the day, you have that the aggregate production function and so on have a very, very particular form that you do not change along your analysis of whatever, even in the very, very, very long run. However, our experience, our lived experience, is that technology changes, preferences changes, but also ethical values change. That's our experience. So obviously, the economic rationality has to do with that in every particular circumstances, you chooses that is the best for you in that circumstances. That's more or less. But you don't have to confuse that situation with a situation where everything is open in the future. Okay, because if you do that, if you change your position and everything is open in the future, okay, you can realize, for example, that technologies are not given, may change, but they change also because you do things to change technology. And this is the way you introduce dynamic considerations into economic theories. That's the point. If not, you have only a technology. But if you want to have a theory, you have to have a dynamic theory of how processes, economic processes or social processes, develop, emerge in social reality. And that's the point. If you change your perspective, things are very difficult, obviously, but are not impossible. But you can understand the role of technology, the role of changing preferences. It's a very important topic. It's a very famous paper, the gustibus est non disputandum. So you have that the preferences are fixed forever and so on, like in Gary Becker's models, for example, but you can see that things may be changing continuously. And if you do that, you are changing to that technology of choice towards a theory of how human social action is produced in reality. It's a more dynamical one, and so on. Things are difficult. You don't have to read off a version of economic rationality, but you can introduce in a more natural way a lot of different issues. I don't know if I have answered to your question, Amir.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions. Felix, thank you so much. We're going to move on if that's okay. There was another question that came up, someone raised their hand, but if you have any more questions for Felix, please pop them in the chat box. That would be great. Our next speaker will be speaking about the theoretical and ethical reductionism and the neglect of subjectivity in economics and economic education. And we're joined by Giancarlo Ianulardo. I think I pronounced that right. So thanks, Giancarlo. I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope you can hear me. I will now share my screen. So hopefully you can see the slides in a moment. You should be able to see my slides, I guess.
They're just loading up now. We can see them. They're just going to go into slideshow mode. But
yep, can you see them?
Perfect. We can.
Okay, perfect. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming and attending this presentation. This is an article that I have written together with a colleague of mine, Aldo Stella, who is a philosopher. He's teaching at the University of Perugia. And the title is Theoretical and Ethical Reductionism and the Neglect of Subjectivity in Economics and Economic Education. Since the scope and the idea of this reflection is to touch both the practice of economists, but also the economic education, that is, how textbooks are shaped and how the main message of economics is conveyed to students in their introductory courses in economics, that then is what forms them for the future of their career. The aim of the article, first of all, is to find a demarcating criterion between the orthodox and heterodox approaches to economics. Others have already done it, so in this sense we will just try to reflect on those who have tried to find this demarcating criterion. And we think that the demarcating criterion, as I also heard in some of the comments before, was the fact that the orthodox approach is abiding by the max U, that is maximization of utility, approach to economics. And so the demarcating criterion is something that others have already tried to do. What we try to do here, in addition to this, is to analyze and investigate more in detail the concept of utility that appears in the max U, in the maximization of utility. And we distinguish between some different concepts of utility, as I will show next. And we try to show that forms of reductionism are present in the different concepts of utility. Some are less radical, some are more radical. And we want to dispel and discuss in the final part, the second part of the article, what are the implications of this reductionism that comes through the concept of utility for the role of the subject in economics. And actually, we claim that there is a loss of the subjectivity in economics that occurs through this reductionism that is present in the various forms of utility that are utilized, especially in the most radical ones. In this article, we start with, as I said, so first of all, by trying to find a demarcating criterion and reflecting on the main features of the Homo economicus, which others have already done and discussing. So this is not the key contribution of the article, but then we reflect on the reductionism that is present in each one of them, and we make some reflections on what others, McCloskey, Hodgson, and also Zamagni have said. And we, in the centered part of the article, we concentrate on an old concept of utility, which we think represents a form of moderate reductionism, and a new concept of utility instead that comes with the marginalist revolution, which represents a more radical form of reductionism, which leads, in our view, to a complete neglect of the role of the subject in the economic analysis. And then we discuss the implication of what instead we propose as a way to overcome this, the philosophical approach that we propose at the end, basically. In the starting point of the article is, as I said, as I saw that Craig said at the beginning of the session, is the fact that people tend to consider that the founding father of economics was Adam Smith. And as Craig said at the beginning, yes, self-love plays a central role in the wealth of nations, but sympathy, which even etymologically corresponds to compassion in the Latin and then the other languages, it plays a central role in the theory of moral sentiments. And according to many authors, this allows Adam Smith, to have a proper philosophical anthropology that permeates all of his subsequent work as well. And it's indeed when we see the analysis of Adam Smith in, for example, the division of labor, of subsistence goals, or of trade, price determination, etc., Adam Smith does not consider an abstraction or an abstracted conception of the human being, but he considers the entirety of the human being with all his passions, virtues, vices, as applied to some specific domains. So it's the whole of the human being in some specific domains. Instead, we start to see from Mill on that the idea of considering some abstractions in the conception of the human being that is acting in economics starts to have a bigger role. And indeed, for example, Mill himself says political economy makes entire abstraction of all of every other human passion or motive except the desire for wealth. So it's in some sense it's closer to the view of some sciences that try to work with some abstract ideal types that work in order to understand the behavior of some phenomena. So there is a change that we observe in the methodology used from Smith to Mill. And we will see more of this, but this change that starts with Mill and then is further refined with the marginal revolution, which takes a different approach, of course, from Mill, is what leads to the definition of the Homo economicus model. There are different characterization of this Homo economicus. In my article, I just focused on a couple of them, but the key points, for example, either we follow what Weintraub said or what Gauss said. The key point is that they claim that more is better than less, decreasing marginal value, downward sloping demand curve, selfishness, wealth maximization, non-intuitism, to use the weak state characterization, and constraint maximization. All of these characteristics, or for example, as Weintraub said, individuals maximize utility and firms maximize profit. All of these characteristics lead to what can be considered by some as a defining characteristic of the mainstream approach, that is maxio, that is maximization of utility subject to some constraint. If we look at the textbooks, and in the article I've mentioned some of them, the most common ones, Beck, the Mankiw and Taylor, I think, also the core approach, which claims to be different, but the utility maximization approach plays a central role in this in the characterization of economics, and there is not even any mention that this is the neoclassical approach. This is the economic approach, not the neoclassical approach. According to McCloskey and also Hodgson, this maxio is what characterizes the modern approach to economics. And McCloskey claims that this maxio is characterized by an epistemological and an ethical reductionism. Epistemological because from the point of view of the explanation of the economic event, it neglects the role of rhetoric, the role of sweet talk, of conversation. All this is lost, and they matter enormously, according to McCloskey, in explaining modern economics, but also ethical because it reduces the complexity of virtues, the 7 classical virtues, to one virtue only, which is prudence. In the article, I also claim that probably even this this concession of McCloskey is too generous towards the approach, because prudence is a theoretical virtue, and it comes from providence etymologically. This is a classical definition of Cicero as well, that is, prudence comes from providence. It is looking forward or looking beyond, and this is a theoretical activity as well. So this is something that probably not even prudence could apply, but already McCloskey, she is acknowledging that there is a strong form of reductionism from a double point of view, epistemological and ethical. Hodgson devotes almost a book to this topic, and he analyzes the notion of utility maximization as the demarcation criterion between the orthodox neoclassical approach and the heterodox economics. And he says that this maximization of utility subject to a constraint is so widespread that even the critics of the neoclassical approach implicitly, in many cases, they end up accepting it and assuming it as the approach to economics. There are various forms of reductionism that others have already singled out in this approach. For example, Zamagni has found 4 forms of reductionism in it. For example, relations among human beings are reduced to relations of equivalence. Economic rationality is reduced to rational choice only. The concept of trust, which has a social dimension, is reduced to reputation, which ends up in a more individualistic basis. And this is the last point: the category of happiness is reduced to that of utility. And this is a point that Zamagni just touches in his criticism and in his indication of reductionism in the Max-U approach or the Homo economics methodology. But I think that this leads us to the point that is central to our discussion, that is the concept of utility. Because when we say that this approach is based on utility maximization, we have to investigate more closely what the concept of utility that we are maximizing means, and how this has been interpreted in the history of economic thought, at least since Adam Smith in the modern economics that we are analyzing. Now, we can distinguish at least 2 concepts of utilities. And there is an old concept that is the one used from Muratori to Hume to Adam Smith, and this was before the marginal revolution. And in this case, the scope of economics was pursuing happiness, either at the collective level, that is for the society or for the group, or even for the household, the family, the household, or at the individual level. But happiness was the end, and utility was instrumental, was functional to it. So had an instrumental value within a search for happiness, which was considered to be as the end, the eudaimonia, according to the classical philosophy. Also with Bentham, who is considered as one of the founding fathers of utilitarianism, the scope was the greatest happiness of the greatest number. So happiness was the scope. The difference among the authors in this utilitarian approach or utilitarian school was about how to define this happiness. According to some, for example, Bentham, happiness was defined with hedonism. According to others, it was defined as desirability, as in the case of Mill. For example, Mill said, I never indeed varied in the conviction that happiness is a test of all rules of conduct and the end of life. So happiness was the end and utility was instrumental to it. This was also in some pre-Smithian authors, as for example, Ferdinando Galliani. Utility was considered as a capacity of a thing to procure us felicity, that is happiness, or the property of an object whereby it tends to produce benefit or advantage, pleasure and good or happiness. And this was in Bentham. There is in Bentham some ambiguity, and we start seeing in Bentham some ambiguity in the concept of utility, because he talks of principle of utility, and so he lets the concept of utility have both a valence as an instrument as an end. But we can say that it's still debatable whether in Bentham the utility was an instrument or an end, but probably most authors, for example, Broom, would consider that Bentham still accepted the instrumental value of utility and the end was happiness. But this in this old concept of utility, the debates between the different authors was on how to define the end, that is what happiness was. And the reductionism that we see in this approach is, we have considered in this article, we have called it a moderate one, because the reduction was just in the fact that they tended to objectify, to reduce the happiness to a specific end, which could be either a psychological one or a physiological one, for example, it could be the wealth, it could be the satisfaction, it could be the well-being, it could be a physiological state or a psychological state. So the reductionism in this approach was that according to different authors, they tended to objectify the end, to define what the end was, instead of looking at the end as something that is always in search for, something that is always to be found. So in this sense, this form of this old concept of utility, which preserved the instrumental value of utility and the end value, that had a teleological dimension, because the end was happiness. Now, the contrast between the different concepts of happiness between the different authors led to a reaction by modern economics, because there was a lot of conflict on how to define happiness. And this led some economists, especially with the marginal revolution, to transform the concept of utility, which, to repeat, is at the center of what we are maximizing in economics when we say that economics is or at least the mainstream approach focusing on utility maximization. With Gibbons, utility was no longer something that represents the tendency of a good or an object to the achievement of happiness, but it represents the good an object produced. That is, it was the end itself. So the utility was synonymous with good, and the teleological dimension of economics, that is something that is useful towards something else, in the adjective in which corresponds to utility in many languages is indeed util, which is something that is useful for something. This disappeared. So the teleological dimension of economics disappeared in this, and actually ethics was thought to be an impediment to science, which is supposed to be concerned with means only. And this was expressed in a crystal clear way by Robbins, but it has been ingrained in many of the following textbooks that have used the definition of economics and the approach that Robbins put forward in the 1930s. So the end is reduced to utility in this new approach. And what is utility now in the modern approach to economics? That is, when we tell students that they have to maximize utility, what are we telling them? Now, if we look, for example, at a classical textbook on the structure of economics by Silberberg, that was quite popular some 20 years ago, 10, 20 years ago, and then there have been various editions of it. A utility function is a summary of some aspects of a given individual tastes or preferences regarding the consumption of various bundles of goods. Now, what we can see in this definition and in the other definitions of utility in modern micro textbooks is that utility is equivalent to the ordering of preferences. So individuals are given a certain ordering of preferences, some tastes, and we can also get rid of the concept of utility in modern economics, or we can use it, provided that by utility we only mean an ordering of preferences. And also with Pareto and then Hicks and Allen, the initial cardinalism was replaced by ordinalism. That's why we have an order of preferences. And so the concept of utility in modern economics is just the same as individuals' ranking of alternative bundles of goods. And these are assumed to be given, that is, it is no longer something that can be investigated. That is why people have a certain ordering of preferences, why people prefer something to something else. This is no longer a matter of investigation by economists. This is part of the behavioral traits that are taken as granted. So when we say that, and when we teach students that they have to maximize utility if they want to get the optimal decision for the consumer subject to constraints, actually, we could equally well say that they have to order the preferences of consumers that are given. This approach is silent as to why and for what aim or end individuals are ranking the different bundles of goods. And the underlying assumption is that individuals carry with themselves a certain set of traits or behavioral connotations, of tastes, or preferences, which need not be further investigated. In other words, individual choice is self-explained, and there is no longer an aim or a scope that would legitimize it, that is, that would explain it. In order to explain why an individual, the choice by an individual of bundle X over Y, the consumer is assumed to prefer X over Y. And by this, we can see that the teleological dimension, which is what characterizes ethics, disappears at all. So this is not something that can be added then. Yes, it's good that many are trying to add some ethics, some ethical connotations to economics, as there are many attempts, but it is from the start, from the very assumption that we are getting rid of the teleological dimension of it. So the new concept has dismissed the search for an end and replaced the dogmatism of the end, which was present in our view, in the old view of utility, with an even more dogmatic philosophical approach, which hypostatizes human beings' behavioral traits. It is crystallizes, fixes the behavioral traits of individuals consider them as a hypothesis, something given, and no further investigated. So human being is no longer considered as in search for an end, which is something always to be determined, but is only applying its given tastes and preferences in order to make an ordering of those preferences. These preferences are considered as inputs that activate a process, so just like in a software. And in this approach, this modern approach of utility maximization, behaviorism is at the basis, is what characterizes it, because people are given with some behavioral preferences. Neuroeconomics, which is a new brand in economics, which is producing lots of interesting empirical studies, does nothing more than being a further and more radical, probably the most radical version nowadays of reductionism, which reduces this behaviorism to the working of the brain and the functioning of the brain. Therefore, subjectivity, instead understood as the conscious self that is able to question itself, is reduced to the mechanical process only. This mechanical process is what eliminates the mind with the aspiration, the intention, the ends, the scopes, and replace it with the study of what can be observed and measured. The scope is clear in this approach, devising a method that allows to control and predict human behavior. And indeed, we can see that what is prevailing in the approach of the empirical approach is precisely the measurement and how to measure and how to find some fixed relations that could allow policy authorities to predict and to know exactly what human being is going to do. Subjectivity is no longer something that is subject matter of investigation or discussion. It's important to find some rules that could allow people to, some behavioral rules that could allow people to predict the behavior of other people and to control them. So self-awareness is replaced with behavioral traits. The loss here is, the loss of this approach is human consciously, is inherently intentional, teleological, and reflective. All of this is lost. What we propose in the final part of the article is that instead, the only way to recover the role of the subject is through a transcendental conception, which may seem a difficult word to economists, but it's nothing else than the capacity of the subject to go back to itself, is the questioning of itself, is the self-consciousness. This can grasp the limits. This transcendental conception is the only one that can grasp the limits of the subject in all its fine constructions. That is, when it tries to define and determine an end, and grasping the limits and the limitness of the consciousness is the result of this act of consciousness that is able to reflect on itself. This is a sort of Socratic view that then has been developed and by others, and to Kant and the transcendental school later on, but it's this capacity of the subject to reflect on itself, and by reflecting on the specific aims and scopes that each time the subject is trying to achieve, is also able to question them, and by questioning them is overcoming them, is transcending them. That's why it's a transcendental conception. The thought requires a language to be expressed, but the language is not what it is. The final determination in which our constructions are expressed is not what produce the act of consciousness, but the act of consciousness is precisely the unconditional condition, that is what is a condition of intelligibility or condition of possibility of our expressions, is what comes first. So the act of consciousness that is a subject in its capacity to self-reflect on itself is what is being lost and must be recovered. Without this self-consciousness, without this capacity of the subject to question the specific determination in which it expresses itself, nothing can be present to the thought, because otherwise the subject cannot recognize this specific determination as its own determination, something that is determined and that needs to be questioned and then overcome. So in conclusion, the utilitarian reductionism has eliminated human agency progressively. In the first approach, the teleological dimension was present, but the end was crystallized, was hypostasized every time in specific forms of good or end or happiness, instead of looking at the act of thought as a capacity to question those specific determination, wealth, well-being, or whatever, and question them and going beyond them. But the radical reductionism of the modern approach to utility has led to the dismissal of the subject altogether. And what we instead are proposing is a cross-fertilization, even in the economics education approach, between economics interpreted as the study of human action, so human agency should become central and not eliminated. Philosophy of economics, however, interpreted not, as I see in many cases in many articles, as a justification of economists' practices from a philosophical point of view, that is using the techniques of philosophy or argumentation, but precisely in what is more proper to economic analysis, to philosophical analysis, it is to the capacity, the Socratic dimension of questioning itself. And finally, ethics in its teleological or intentional dimension, intentional in the etymological sense of tending towards an end. So the teleological dimension or intentional of tending toward an end of which is proper of the ethical approach. If the three dimensions are not integrated, then economics can be reduced to a pure analysis of some behavioral traits which are taken as granted, and then, as Buchanan would say when he discusses a paradox of choice, a software can well replace us economists. There is no need for economists because a software can do this computation much better than us. So this is the topic. I hope I remain in the allocated time. So if you have any questions, so thanks everyone. And if you have any question, I will be pleased to answer your questions.
Okay, if you have a question for Giancarlo, please do pop your camera on to ask it, and we are ready for you. There's none in the chat box, Giancarlo, so if there aren't any, which hopefully, so yes, we have a question. Paolo, over to you.
Yes, I appreciate the presentation very much, Giancarlo. What I would like you to elaborate on is this notion of self-awareness and this teleological view of economic agents. I am not sure whether you are considering it as as something that is or something that should be. Let me be clear. If it is something that is to say, people actually behave that way, then you are simply disrupting the whole of mainstream theory, I suggest. And it is not enough to say, well, people behave in a teleological way. You have to provide me with a more encompassing theory of what is going on in the economy. Obviously, I do not expect you to provide me with a theory in a half-an-hour talk, but I just would appreciate it for you to frame the issue. The alternative is that a teleological view is what should be, but isn't, which might be consistent with an approach to the economy we live in, whereby we are transformed into automata, both as consumers and as producers, in that we have to chase goals that are provided to us externally, so that in the end we actually lose all teleological views of our lives. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Paolo. Well, the teleological view, first of all, that we are mentioning, what we were saying is that it was present in economic analysis. It has been present in economic analysis when up to the point at which utility was considered as instrumental and the end was the happiness. So it was not something that has always been absent. It's something that, according to us, has been lost at the moment in which utility has been reduced to the end itself and to a ranking of preferences. So when we say that we should recover this teleological dimension, we are claiming that the approach that was used by economists before was something that was already taking this into account. What we claim that would be beneficial for economics analysis to recover is the role of the subject, and so if in this case, when you say what it is or what it should be, if we look at the economics discipline, then in this case we think that the economics discipline should recover this perspective, which was present before in economic analysis. But at the same time, we are saying that the subject is what determines the subject is is undeniable. That is, it's inevitable as well in economic choices. So it's not something, and the subject is inherently forward-looking from an ethical point of view, and this is what prudence is about. Not the prudence, the reductionist view of prudence, but what prudence is about, even in terms of a virtue ethics point of view, but also from a theoretical point of view, because prudence is a theoretical virtue. So it's forward-looking and looking at the end. So I'm not sure whether I answered your question, but if we look at the teleological dimension, what we are saying that this teleological dimension was present, but it has gone lost in the modern approach, and it has gone lost precisely because we think the utility has been interpreted as an end and no longer as a means to an end. So the teleological dimension is what is proper of the ethics, is what characterizes ethics in our view. It's the intentional stance of ethics, in the capacity of tending towards intendere. So there is tending towards an aim. So this is why we were claiming that the economics, both at as a discipline and also at the educational level, should recover this teleological dimension. But in the paper, the philosophical part, the second part, is more developed. So yeah, I can share this as well with you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have Nathan says, really cool presentation, closely related to my dissertation. Is there a working paper, and can you share your slides, Giancarlo? Are you happy to get in touch with Nathan? Perfect.
Absolutely. So shall I share here on the chat?
Yeah, if you're happy to, but I think it might be best to exchange email addresses with Nathan, if that's okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Ola Khan, I hope I pronounced that okay. You have a question?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to get further clarification on bringing in, the concept of I think subjectivity, isn't it, to economic analysis. When we consider policymaking, one of the things about policymakers and regulators is that they want to base their formulation of policy on objective reality. So, for example, you define utility, which is more or less, one of the definitions is that utility captures happiness. So, and policymakers use the happiness, World Happiness Index as a way of formulating policy to probably improve the well-being of their citizens. So how, if subjectivity comes into policymaking, how would that guide policymaking? How would that allow effectiveness in the area of policymaking? Because I'm just looking at, because we can get facts now, we can get statistics, and policymaking is more effective when we use, we get, statistics, they can better formulate policy. So how would incorporating or bringing a lot of subjective interpretation to well-being, how would that help improve policymaking? I don't know whether my question is clear, but I'm just looking at the aspect of happiness and the fact that we have happiness index, and a lot of policymakers use that index in formulating policy that improve the well-being of the society. So what is your take generally when we are using happiness, World Happiness Index as a measure of policymaking?
Yes, thank you very much. This is a very challenging question for in general, and in particular in this case for me, because the article was not meant to be an empirical one and a specific one, but it's a very key point, that is how the subjectivity could help shape the notion of happiness, and so what could add to the, for example, to the happiness index. Well, one thing, first of all, that I would say could be an obvious consequence of the analysis of the article is that any investigation of the concept of happiness indices that rest on the max U approach, they are weak from the start, in some sense. They're weakened from the start, because happiness is no longer an issue in the max U approach. Now, if we leave this aside, this consideration, which is more theoretical, and we look at the specific concepts of happiness, another point that also from the article could come to this specific point of the happiness index is that in the classical conceptions of happiness, every author was trying to provide a different concept of happiness. So from some people, happiness could consist in one specific parameter. For other people, it could consist in another parameter, or in a specific good, etc. Now, all of these are reductionist views of happiness, unless you try to think that everyone is limited, that is, everyone is contextual. And this is where the transcendental approach comes in, the subjectivity comes in, that is, in recognizing that every conception of happiness is specific to a particular context, to a particular culture, to a particular domain. So I don't have another version of happiness to propose. Of course, I could have one, but precisely because I come from a specific background with a specific conception, I'm a subject, so I can contribute with others in defining a certain concept of happiness, and I could sit with you on a table and discussing what we should add to this happiness. But the subjectivity approach that we have tried to discuss here is precisely in discussing the limit of each one of them, and in doing so, we are questioning this specific concept of happiness that we are cataloging within an happiness index. So if you're asking me what this subject would add, or what with this conceptual subjectivity would add, well, this conceptual subjectivity could add many specific conceptions of happiness to the index. But the important point is that the subject should be aware of the limits of each one of them, should question each specific contextual, cultural, specific definition or determination of happiness. And the second point, which is the one that I mentioned earlier, is that any discussion of happiness within the context of the Max-U mainstream approach or a orthodox approach is a sort of contradiction in its own terms, because it's considering utility as the end, not the utility as instrumental to happiness. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, everyone. Giancarlo, thank you so much for your presentation. So from just looking at the program, I believe that we are going to a quick break. Craig, is there anything that you'd like to say before we go off to a break?
Only thank you so much for that. It's really, really fantastically interesting, as all the papers have been. Yeah. So now we're back at 12:30, I believe, to continue. So yeah, thank you ever so much.
Great. See you all shortly. Have a nice break. Well, welcome back, everyone. I'd now like to welcome Stefano Solari with his presentation, Keeping Alive Non-Individualistic Ethics in Political Economy, a review of concepts from Aquinas to Habermas. Stefano, over to you.
Thank you very much. Only a few seconds that I share my slides. Here I am. See if this is working well, very well. Well, what I'm proposing here is a specific way of intending ethics in economics, which is thought in my field of research, which is political economy or international political economy, but actually could be very good also when dealing with organization, with a company, with any sort of association. And therefore, my aim is that of looking at some currents of philosophical thought in order to point out a set of concepts which could be useful teaching, just to understand how our morals or our ethical point of view is and should be affected by a group dimension, a social dimension. So, okay. So, what I mean by non-individualistic ethics? Well, I'm talking about some practical principles deriving from the awareness. We already talked about this concept of awareness in the previous presentation. The awareness of individuals constitutive dependency from his or her belonging to a variety of groups. So we live always embedded in a variety of groups, from our family to the environment of our job to the various communities which we belong to. And our life normally takes place in communities which can be narrow, very, very broad, very wide. And from my point of view, individualism of standard economics goes, I have nothing against individualism as such. What, in my opinion, has led economics a little bit astray compared to what it could and should be is the idea of self-sufficiency of the individual, which is a total misconception of our being. Because our self would not exist without the others. We depend on the others for very different reasons, of course. And therefore, the self is not social simply in the sense that it's seeking sociality. The self is the result of sociality. So before talking about preferences, we should understand that on how preferences tend to form our choices, economic choices, we should understand that the self is the result, and so our preferences are the result of a social process. A process of education, but also a process of interaction, finding a mutual agreement. So I'm not meaning that all ethics is such, but some ethical principles are non-individualistic. That is to say that some values or ends are necessarily common and defined in a participatory way. And in particular, I want to mean that they should be defined in a participatory way. Therefore, I anticipate some of my conclusion just to make clear the direction in which I'm moving, so you understand a little bit better what I mean. I'm totally against the academic or any kind of top-down fixation of what is good or what is bad. And I'm also against this idea of nudge. Of course, nudge could be useful, nudge can be an appropriate way of dealing with other people. But the problem of nudge, who decides what is good or what is bad? I think the scientist is not the right person to do that. The politician so and so. And therefore, in a democratic society, I think we should participate in deciding what is good. This is the main point. And therefore, ethical principles are defined by interaction, by social interaction, by communication. And those ethical principles are always contextual. So I'm very skeptical of absolute ethical principles. And these principles are accepted, incorporated somehow in individual choices. So these are my main points here. In order to do that, first of all, I would like to clarify a little bit what a set of concepts which are useful to understand what I mean. First of all, why we have some shared ends? Well, we live in social organizations. Political economy is an organized system. The company is an organized system. And in this sense, we cannot choose, we cannot act without being aware of some ends which are shared. A company cannot work if the employee is not aware of what the company is producing, how and with which limitation, of course, to his behavior. And therefore, this ethical dimension is fundamental also for economic organization. The second concept is reciprocity, which means, first of all, sharing an end, which presupposes the participation of the individual and the engagement of all. So everybody acts in a way because he is sure that also the other members of this group will behave in a way which is part of this this common end, and common evaluation, of course, helps defining this common end. Third, community. What I mean by community, I'm not looking at the old ideas of community as they have been investigated at the end of 19th century as something fixed culturally, spatially, politically, so institutionally fixed. Because we simply mean any space of interaction which creates some reciprocal obligation. As an example, even today, we are a community which has a common interest, which has an interest in interacting, sharing idea, discussing idea, criticizing idea. So and in doing that, implicitly we have some obligation to take part, to propose some comment, to be fair, to help shedding some light on the things that are less convincing of each presentation, for example. And then there is the notion of common goods, which is a kind of desirable or necessary shared hand for the community, which is asking us to behave in a certain way. No? And very often in our life and also in the economy, there is no good obtained in isolation. Of course, we can define our ends, our good, what is our utility, what is our happiness, but it is always a very short-run definition which presupposed a whole organization of people working in a certain way. There is a social context in which that end makes sense, and therefore the common good is something referring to something broader, the interest of the single. I'm not talking specifically about the state for a simple reason that the story is a little more complex, because we have a constitution, we have political problems, we have violence, organized violence, the monopoly of violence. We have a variety of other dimensions which make ethics applied to the state, to political organization, a little bit more tricky, and it deserves a little bit more of complexification of why I'd like to remain on the basics of these issues. Well, as it was announced in the title, the paper is about a kind of review in a way that I'm looking to the philosophical system which are helping us understanding what I'm meaning here. And so, therefore, of course, classical philosophy is very important. Also, that incorporating in the medieval philosophy as Thomism, but also in other kind of philosophies. But I'd like to point out in particular Giovan Battista Vico and the role that collective awareness plays in the definition of the self in Giovan Battista Vico, who is one of the fathers of subjectivism. No, he is more known for other concepts, but he depicted a characterization of the individual which is very interesting, which affected then Genovese, Galliani, and from Genovese, Galliani to Menger, for example, or to Austrian economics, for example, but a little bit all the empiricism of social sciences. Then there is the Hegelian tradition, where Hegel is not that important as the concept of recognition, which started probably with Rousseau, but then was well developed by Fichte, Rosmini, up to Charles Taylor or Axel Honneth, for example, and it was used in different ways by these authors. But this idea of recognition is fundamental, and in economics we have a little bit forgotten this dimension of social interaction. And then there are the studies of the last century, more or less, from Herbert Mead, Gadamer, Parison, up to Habermas, on the community of discourse. So all the conditions which make a deliberation of a community valid, or which explores also the ethics of this discourse. Finally, going back to economics, the idea of we rationality proposed by Bob Sugden, which in part incorporates some of these ideas, of course. First of all, Aquinas. It is difficult to use Aquinas because it's a different way of conceiving action compared to what we do today. What I can say very shortly, that his action is divided in deliberation and action itself. Deliberation is not a problem because everybody can understand clearly what is good. And the problem in the medieval philosophy is that action requires a strong will. Now, this was the problem in medieval philosophy. So if we are not acting correctly, is because of this weakness of reason, not because we are not able to understand what is good for us and for our family and so on. And this is quite interesting, but I think that still this system, despite the immanentist conception of natural law derived from Stoicism and so on, but I think that this idea that there is a moral order that doesn't exist materially, of course, but there is a moral order which in a way shapes individual preferences. So that's mean that all in all, we are human and we can know what is good for us or for our society. And that means also that individual behavior can in some way incorporate also some social good in a certain sense. So it is not a problem, the voluntary contribution to the production of public goods from the point of view of Aquinas or of all medieval philosophy in general, even there are many differences, of course. So in preferences, as discussed half an hour ago, preferences are very subjective. There is no problem of incorporating a preference for the common good in this sense. So in this sense, economics can also incorporate this if we well understand preferences. Well, but as I told you before, I think it's much more interesting the system of the theoretical system of Vico, which is not very well known, and if it is known, it is known for the philosophy of history, of civilization, things like that. But he was a reformer, prudent reformer, because the political regimes were changing radically at the beginning of the 18th century. But at 300 years ago, Naples was one of the three main capitals of Europe. It was a very important town. The economy was well developed. Political institutions were not so developed. And so one of the aims of Vico was that of proposing reforms, but proposing reforms bottom up. He wanted to elaborate a statistics which was growing from below, not a science for the domination of the population. And in this system, he developed a way of intending human action, of human cognition, human reasoning, which is based on language, of course, because he was his main subject was rhetorics, and so. But he said that wisdom is centered in the social sphere. So wisdom is a kind of interaction between subjectivities, and the subject is not acting in a wise way. He is not referring to what socially it is thought about the subject. So this prudence, which is still important from the Middle Ages at that time, is collectively framed, is not a result of the individual deliberation, but it has a public function, it is public inputs. And only this prudence allows people to achieve civil happiness. And he anticipated a little bit the reflection of Mead or Habermas about a community of communication, and he theorized the evolution of social institution and language as a kind of co-evolving elements. But what is important here for my speech is that the human being is malleable, and society forms his education, his preferences, his willingness. So we are a product of that part of society which later will be defined as the relevant others. No, we absorb preferences, we absorb values. So we should. So human reason is a kind of intersubjective. So we contribute to the others, but we are also formed by the others. And so this is a process of communication, which is very important. And of course, this means the preferences or values are continuously changing, as we were studying in the first of the presentation of today. So this is interaction, of course, not interaction only by action, but also by discussing. No, and this is an important perspective in history. Then we have the problem of recognition. it's difficult to talk about all the authors which has used differently this concept of recognition. Of course, the system of Hegel of Sittlichkeit, no, this kind of ethicality is relatively complex for what we need, I think, in economics, even if Hegel was an admirer of Adam Smith, and he contributed to political economy in a way, reaffirming in a way that the need of an ethical state. But this is not exactly what I'm like to discuss here. What's the meaning of this idea of recognition? Well, that the individual has some rights, and at the same time, he is contributing to shaping those rights. So we have the rights that our community is willing to recognize us. So rights are not exogenous elements. Rights should be wanted, should be deliberated, should be recognized to other people. Now, one of the published a couple of papers on that, on social economy, that very often one of the causes of poverty or emargination is the fact that some kind of people, maybe Paolo Ramazzotti later is talking a little bit better about that, but are not recognized at the same level of others. And so the wage is lower, other rights are not acknowledged, and so on. So legal elements arise in a political community by reciprocal cognitive interaction, where we have an obligation to recognize the others, but at the same time, we should collectively decide which are the rights of the people, at least interacting in this specific community. And of course, we are introduced to values through interaction with others who matter to us. No? Mead introduced the idea, the significant others who effectively affect our values, our preferences, our way of looking at the world or at facts and so on. So what is clear by adopting this perspective, that obligation logically come before rights. If you want to have a right, you have an obligation to acknowledge that rights also to other people interacting with you. Because a system based simply on rights, exogenous rights decided top down, is static and doesn't work at all. The community of discourse, instead, we can see Gadamer in Truth and Method, is interesting because affirms that knowing and making sense and so on depend on a belonging to a linguistic community where we think together with other people. So what is interesting here is making sense together. And economics, as a scientific discipline, is making sense together. We are questioning today some ideas as utility as the paper before, and maybe everybody has a different idea what utility is. Surely I have a different idea, similar to Ianulardo, but we can go even further. In a sense, making sense together is not only a problem of a community of people doing research, but of the community of people acting in the economy. These people share ideas, share values, share a system of meaning, because understanding is a circular process taking place in a community of meaning. No? So we are making sense together, and this making sense together points out certain obligations, certain way of respecting, accepting, discussing, accepting also the point of view of other people. Jürgen Habermas more recently has shifted a little bit the problem of this shared good to the way we achieve decision in a democratic environment. And so how we establish rules in a democratic society or fixed institution and the else. So the problem of Habermas is the valid rational consensus on social norms. And this also, this is important. But what is interesting is looking at Habermas from the point of view of the ethics of discourse. The ethics of discourse. So how should we interact, propose our arguments, convince other people? So there are good rules in which we should do that. And so I think Habermas is important for that. But what we keep of this, all this stream of thinking is that argumentation, demonstration, inference, all these scientific also processes require a community of discourse. So we are always bound to that. Finally, we thinking, in a minute, Bob Sugden have introduced this idea of we rationality, which goes and affects deeply the theory of choice in economics, and expresses an idea of common interest. So people acting in sight of a common interest. He stresses also that the same market, following a little bit John Stuart Mill, is a kind of cooperation for a mutual benefit, because there is interest in having good prices, but there is also an ethics connected to a market. We should respect certain principles, otherwise the market is not working correctly. Sugden keeps on the contractarian point of view of this we rationality, which from my point of view can be useful, is not necessary from my perspective. Of course, if you adopt a contractarian approach, you can be more analytic in a certain way. He forgets a little bit the obligation we have. So, so the contract is not always the result of our free will, but it is very often the result of some original obligation we have, or in indirect obligation, in the sense that we have not chosen that group, but we are in that group and we should follow certain rules. So contractarian, so we find ourselves living in groups regulated by contracts that we have never subscribed, but we should respect them in any case. So the contractarian framework is sometimes a little bit narrow. It can be applied, it can work. I'm not against it, but normally I keep myself a little bit more free and so free to interpret communities even from other perspective. Therefore, some conclusion, just not to abuse of your attention. So I would avoid defining what is good. What is good is very contextual. and defining it exogenous I think is not a good attitude of economic ethics, even if sometimes it is necessary. Context matters, and we cannot teach ethics top down. We should work on ethics, but this is always an open issue. Of course, communities of interaction define our actual normative action space, and freedom and individual moral position are evaluated and actualized collectively by interacting. This social framework in which interaction takes place is defined by mutual understanding, by rules that are not responsibility of an individual, but which are built by interaction. Vico was talking about an ongoing process of civilization, of building new institutions, new values, new ways, which is now, I think, well understanding this concept of community of meaning, which I think is useful to understand the actual evolution of the normative space in which we live in, because after all, the end of this presentation, I have discussed how the normative space in which we live in is defined by interaction, and it is always evolving. So, as concern economics, preferences should change, and actually they change, and they are the result of mutual understanding. So I would like simply to reevaluate the idea of dialogue and voice for economics against the only use of exit. And this is, I think, my point.
Thank you, Stefano. I believe we have some questions from Stefan. Stefan, over to you. Oh, sorry, we've lost your sound there, Stefan.
You've lost my. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay.
No, we've lost you again. We've lost you again. We keep losing your sound.
Can you hear me better now?
That's much better.
I've put my headset on. Maybe it's that. I hope it's not the internet connection. First of all, my comments come from a very, very sympathetic perspective, because I'm fascinated, Stefano, how much we think alike, which is not so surprising if you remember that I did my PhD on Habermas and economics and these things. So two things. I was sort of surprised that you mentioned Aquinas and then you basically drop him, the philosopher. Why mentioning him at all? So I'm wondering why you need to include Aquinas in your discussion at all and not just ignore that. And the second one is more of a critical comment coming from Habermas and his book Facts and Norms. I was quite surprised that I can understand it, because you might think you open up a can of worms when you also include the state in your argument. But you start from state founded on liberal as a framework, or as a basis, is a state that is characterized by deliberate democracy. And Habermas, at least as I interpret Facts and Norms, is arguing very much that what you describe as this deciding collectively through voice, deliberation, and so on the right norms, the right rights, and basically in Facts and Norms, it's about how laws in a democratic state come about. I think that you should include in your argument the framework of the state. And when you look at Facts and Norms and Habermas's arguments there, it shouldn't be too difficult. It shouldn't be. It should open up a whole new dimension that complicates matters too much. So I want to encourage you to look at that and maybe think again.
Yes, the fact that Habermas did it doesn't mean that it is easy to do it. Well, first of all, Aquinas. Now, the system of Aquinas is a system of another world. I'd prefer to keep in the enlightened age. So we made some progress because we have, in a certain sense, sanctified the individual. It was necessary to sort that kind of immanent kind of system, which was very rigid and aristocratic and so on. So, of course, also the Thomistic philosophy has renewed itself and so on. And what I'd like to keep is really that idea that the individual can perceive in a very subjective way a kind of immanent idea of good, which is the same for everybody, more or less. So, and I think it was an interesting step that we dropped in the late Middle Ages in favor of a very individualistic way of looking at things. But sometimes you should look at the things also from a very different philosophical system to understand a little bit the meaning of our life, if we're interested in philosophy, but also in economics can be interesting to change radically perspective. On the other hand, from Vico on, we are well in the kind of empiricist stream of enlightenment, where the idea of what is empirical was not simple statistics or things like that, but facts, the way we communicate outside. So it's empirical, but based on communication more than on what today we say it is empirical, which sometimes is more rationalistic than empirical at all. And therefore here, of course, we have different contribution to the same problem. No, but this is the modern perspective which I want to keep, of course, including the state. Yes, but the state at the while communities, whatever the way you frame them, normally small communities share an end automatically, the company, the association, university, the research group, or whatever. So there is a very clear common end from a point of view. In the case of the state, of course, there is a forced simplification because there is a territory and there are problems which should be solved that go beyond what Habermas theorized. You can see what's happening these days, clashes of values which, and we are not, since we moved towards a kind of pluralistic or I don't know how to call it, state with several cultures, we are no more able to keep or to reduce it to a synthesis. So we have states, we have difficulties to manage the political culture of the citizens. So I think that Habermas did a very good job. Then depends how you apply, what you consider, not consider, and so on. And Today, it is very difficult to talk about the state because it is less homogeneous and less. Of course, there are other kind of political, but there is less also understanding from the citizens from this point of view. So the less. As we have freed the individual, they feel no more obliged towards the other citizens. So there are problems that require a complex theorization from this. But the basic framework is valid also at the level of the state, of course.
Thank you, Stefano. I hope that addressed your question. If you could continue that conversation in the chat box if you need to, that would be great. Stefano, we have literally less than 2 minutes and Anna has a question. So Anna, if you could, happy for you to ask your question. If you could keep it brief, and Stefano, if you could keep your answer brief as well. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Anna Horodecka from Warsaw School of Economics, and I would like you about this interesting lecture. What are the prerequisites for creating such a community which allows to discuss these common values? Because I think in some epochs of our history, this community was more. It was much more easier to understand the voices of the community. Common meanings were created more maybe in a much more easier way, and I'm astonished how it is in our very individualistic society occurring, and what kind of challenges and danger do you see in creating such a common meanings and common community which can guide us towards this common good of the community? Yeah.
Oh, well, so, thank you very much for this question. And as I was telling before, of course, in small groups it's much easier. It is much easier. Well, the Pope told some years ago at a certain point in some encyclical that we need some open and sincere debates. So if the debate is sincere, so it's not strategic, is not exogenously directed, if people feel a certain engagement and interest, I think it is possible to reach a good dialogue and good way of mutual understanding and changing our mind in a useful direction. I think this is the difficulty with some political institution today, because that too many people, debates are not sincere, the political institutions are not correctly framing the political demand. There is too much top-down engineering in political debates. This is not working, but from this point of view, I think Habermas is still very good in understanding this kind of problems you pose to me. Of course, after 5,000–6,000 pages, you can get a little bit bored, but sometimes you find a couple of good ideas.
Thank you very much. If you are happy to take this conversation offline, that would be fantastic. Stefano, thank you so much for your presentation. Everyone else, thank you for your questions. I'd now like to welcome Paolo Ramazzotti, talking about racism, the economy and ethics. Where does it all begin? Paolo, over to you.
Thank you. Now, Neil, I don't remember how I'm supposed to upload my paper.
Okay, you need to press share screen.
Oh yeah, oh, it's up here. Okay, okay.
Oh,
do you see it?
I can, yes.
Oops, yeah, but it's in the wrong place. Hold on. Okay. Okay, my paper is a bit different from the others because it deals with a very specific topic, which is racism, or better, with the economy-racism interaction, and in particular with the perverse consequences of what we might call a community of meaning, but not in the sense that Stefano was talking about a while ago, but in the sense of what actually occurs in non-academic circles. And second, it is not concerned with the issue of how to fit ethics into economics, but actually it focuses on identifying the ethical issues in the specific issue that I'm in the specific discussion, the issue of the economy and racism interaction. Now, the topic is a rather complicated one because we're dealing with rather fuzzy concepts. And just to give you an idea of what I'll be talking about, the structure will begin with a discussion of fuzzy racism, that is to say, the difficulty in properly defining racism. It will then move on to the fuzzy notion of economy, because here too we have problems in depicting what the economy and consequently what economics is. And so I will discuss boundaries of the economy, and from then on I will distinguish two approaches to economics, the closed systems approach and the open system approach. I will discuss them in relation to racism, because basically I will point out that racism is such a fuzzy concept that the only way to deal with it is to look at how economists deal with the economy racism issue. I will then trace some policy perspective and their ethical implications, and I will end by pointing to a major issue that comes from the discussion, which has to do with self-identification, which will emerge as a moral dilemma. So let's move on to fuzzy racism. The big issue with racism is that you don't really know what it refers to, because the fact is that racists do not exist, only racism does. And so one might easily classify or depict racism as a distinction between whites and blacks. And you could put blacks or grays or yellows, but the distinction is phenotypical. It's fairly easy to identify races according to this type of classification. But if you look at the historical record, you see that Germans discriminated Poles. Poles discriminated Jews. The British discriminated the Irish. And more recently, Italians have been discriminating Romanians. And if you look at these people, you see that Germans and Poles are hardly distinguishable. Italians and Romanians are equal physically. Phenotypically, there is no major difference. So actually, you cannot rely on the easy phenotypical distinction, such as whites and blacks. So what are the discriminating criteria? You end up finding that there are a great many discriminating criteria: phenotypical features, ethnic features, gender, whether it's between men and women or between normal sexes and LGBT people, nationalities, religions, and we could continue with other types of discriminating criteria. So, as I say, the easiest approach, according to me, is not to try to provide right away a definition of racism, but sort of get to it by discussing how
economists deal with the economy racism issue. And here we have to face the second issue, that is to say, how to deal with the economy, because unfortunately there is no single economics. There are various schools of economics, various approaches to economics, and they define the economy in a very different way. And even if we might agree on a common general definition, such as economy is the types of interaction that relate to provisioning, we end up asking what is relevant for provisioning, what is relevant for economic relations. We have to trace boundaries, but boundaries do not exist in reality. This was pointed out by Georgescu Rögen years ago. You do not see boundaries around the world. Things are all mixed up. Boundaries, however, are necessary. They're an analytical necessity because you cannot understand everything, the whole of reality. So you must trace boundaries. But inevitably, they force you to decide what is relevant, what has to be included in your inquiry, and what doesn't. They involve a decision about relevance. And what is relevant is an ethical issue. This was pointed out years ago by Myrdal. Prior to answers, there must be questions. There can be no view except from a viewpoint. In the questions raised and the viewpoint chosen, valuations are implied. So, based on this, we can actually see that this ethical decision is taken in two different ways. One is the closed systems approach, and the other is the open systems approach. The closed systems approach assumes that economic relations are independent of society. The economy is subject to specific rules, and truly there may be some interaction, but in the form of exogenous shocks and interference that affect the economy's performance, but not its rules. The open systems approach is different in that there is no fixed boundary between the economy and society. The economy is embedded in history, and so there's no permanent economic rule. And furthermore, since the economy is embedded in history, you cannot speak of a unique economy. At the very least, in our times, you have to refer to a capitalist market economy. Now, let's focus on the closed systems approach. And the closed system approach is basically the mainstream approach. And so we see authors such as Becker, for instance, according to whom racism is irrational because it prevents an employer from choosing the most productive, the most efficient workers, and this racist bias puts him in a situation whereby his competitors can outcompete him. This is a very simple account of the relation between racism and the economy. Arrow provides a more detailed one by explaining that racism affects resource allocation through market failures. His main emphasis is on information and on the fact that employers may not be racist in the ideological sense, or in the sense that they believe that some race is better than another, but they, in the absence of information on workers, they rely on stereotypes and possibly also on matter-of-fact circumstances whereby, for instance, in America, Black people are in a subordinate position, and so it is most likely that they are less skilled than white workers. So this is what Arrow suggests. And to some extent, Akerlof follows this idea and reinforces it by suggesting that social conventions reinforce the effects of market failures. This is more or less standard neoclassical analysis. A rather different approach is provided by what is called stratification economics, which is hard to fit actually in any specific approach because of a range of issues that I will not discuss here. I have discussed them in another paper. But basically, the argument is that owing to racial discrimination, the polity determines race-specific property rights and race-specific unequal endowments. Unequal endowments, for instance, in the United States were determined by Jim Crow laws. Different property rights were established in the law. Now, given this arrangement of the legal economic nexus, the market cannot but provide a performance that will maintain the subordination of the discriminated minority, therefore determining what these economists call stratification, which is at the same time social and racial stratification. Despite their differences, all of these authors share two important assumptions. The first one is that racist beliefs are exogenous. There is no attempt to account for why racism actually exists, why people come to believe that one race is better than the other. And the second one is that racism distorts but does not actually change market rules. So if we were ideally to eliminate racism, well then the market would work better, okay? Even though there may be other types of market failures. Now, let's look at the open systems approach. The open systems approach considers that racism need not be exogenous. It may be intrinsic to how the economy functions. And it may not be, the nexus may not be given once and for all. Under these circumstances, one might assume that the conclusions of the closed systems analyses may appear as special cases of a broader view. I will not enter this issue, I will not discuss this issue, but it is possible to conceive of this. What is important is that distribution and output are not just technical issues. They must be consistent with social values and with the social establishment of a society, thus with the social as well as material reproduction of that society. One of the approaches, in an open systems approach, a great many approaches are possible, but to racism. I will discuss one by a fairly prominent Marxist economist, who, not economist in the proper sense, thinker, who is Nancy Fraser, who argues that there are basically two forms of production and distribution relations within capitalism. One is the classical, straightforward capital wage relation, whereby workers are formally free, they have rights, they somehow bargain their wage relation, and eventually they are exploited because of the typical features of capitalist exploitation from a Marxist perspective. But then Nancy Fraser adds, there is a second type of production and distribution relation, which relates to colonial countries and in general to peoples who are subject to a different legal system. In other words, they do not have any rights and they are simply expropriated. Expropriation is basically theft because you deprive people of their rights and you simply take their wealth. This is what racism is about, according to Nancy Fraser. I will not discuss this in any detail. What is important about this approach is that it has been criticized because actually expropriation need not be related to racism or to colonial relations for that matter. In fact, expropriation from a Marxist perspective appears with the enclosures. The enclosures are nothing but an expropriation of people in the same physical area where the landlords who eventually take the land are living. But what is more important is that here too, just as in the other approaches, there is no account for racist beliefs and ideologies. And this is particularly important when we consider that over the past decades, racist ideologies have been increasing, have been becoming ever more dominant in many countries. So this is an important issue, the fact that Fraser does not account for these. The only possible account that one might provide following her approach is that that racist ideology is a case of false consciousness. But it is a case of false consciousness in the very restrictive notion of the term that is applied when you distinguish structure and superstructure in some Marxist thought, which is a very restrictive way to conceive of ideology. My view is that we absolutely need to understand what the causes are for ceremonial ideologies and beliefs. And in this sense, I suggest that there are two ways to understand what is going on. The first one is what I call ceremonial racism. Ceremonialism is something that has been discussed by Thorstein Veblen, by Bourdieu. Basically, the idea is that society is structured hierarchically. There is a social ladder in terms of, it could be money, power, culture. What is important is that, well, those who are valued most according to social values are at the top of the ladder, whereas the unsuccessful, from society's perspective, the underdogs, are in the lower rungs. Now, ceremonialism is a situation whereby people want to show their social status. They want to show that they are in a high position, as high a position on the social ladder as possible. And this may be done either by emulation, that is to say, trying to be like those who are on the top of the social ladder. And it can be by showing that you are distinct of, you're different from those in the lower rungs of the social ladder. In other terms, we are not like those at the bottom. And at the bottom, we have immigrants, single mothers, those that an American president called the welfare queens. We're not ethnic minorities. We're not the underdogs. Now, underlying this ceremonial racism is the internalization of an individualist ideology and of the rules of the game that emerge from the legal economic nexus of the economy they live in. What is crucial in relation to what I will be saying in a minute is that ceremonial racism reflects an adaptation to the status quo. You're simply accepting how things are and trying to fit as well as possible given the rules. The second approach to racism is scapegoat racism. It relates to the fact that many people have believed in the American dream, the idea that if you put as much effort as possible, you will eventually succeed in and achieve your goals. Well, this unfortunately has proved not to be true for many people who realize that there is not so much the failure of the American dream, but their failure to succeed. And at the same time, while they have to realize that they did not succeed in achieving their goals, they have a problem in accepting that they failed, because after all, they did what they were supposed to do. This causes cognitive dissonance and the desperate attempt to find somebody who is at fault, who is the cause of this. Now, having internalized the values of the American dream, of a capitalist society, they cannot complain about the structure of the economy. They complain about groups of individuals and establish an in-group versus out-group dynamics. Now, who is it that is the cause? It could be the powerful, politicians, bankers, those who take advantage of their power. It could also be the underdogs, because they claim access to the resources we deserve, jobs, welfare, housing, and because they disrupt the values underlying the American dreams, abortionists, gays, lesbians, and so on. What characterizes this approach is the internalization of the individualist ideology, much like in the previous case. But contrary to the previous case, there is a rejection of the rules of the game and no adaptation to the status quo. Now, no matter what approach one follows, what emerges from all of the discussion is that racism and distribution go together. We may approach distribution from a closed system perspective, in which case policy consists in redistribution and in restoring or establishing equal property rights. We may follow an open system perspective, in which case policy involves redistribution, but equal human rights. Now, equal human rights means establishing principles related. I draw on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And for instance, pursuing human dignity, which is prevented by the restricted access to goods and services. Allowing contribution by everybody to community, which means that which is prevented because people do not have the time to do so, since they have to make up for the above lack of goods and services. Freedom to choose how to conduct one's life, which is prevented by racist discrimination. There is a problem, however, with open systems, with such a policy that follows the open systems approach. It is the possible disruption that a human rights policy may cause in terms of reactions of vested interests and inconsistency with the individualist ideology and the rules of the game. I'm not saying that it is impossible to pursue such a policy. I'm saying that it may cause disruption. So this raises what I believe is a first moral dilemma for whoever acting as an economist wishes to contrast racism, because contrasting racism involves social change. Social change involves social innovation. Social innovation is much like technological innovation. It has uncertain outcomes including possible social tension. So the issue is, given the status quo, up to what point should an economist trespass conventional boundaries? Up to what point should the economists seek and or promote possible alternatives rather than refer to the status quo? The risk of social tension underlies this moral dilemma. Another aspect of policy is that, depending on the two approaches, well, the closed systems approach maintains that preferences and behavior remain the same, whereas an open systems approach is based on the fact that preferences and behavior may change because the freedom of individuals may increase or decrease depending on how they are, on how the economy is organized. One specific aspect of this is that as freedom increases, so this may affect the way individuals self-identify in one way or another. It changes the way they perceive themselves. Now, self-identification is not neutral. Self-identification, on the one hand, reflects reality. At the same time, it determines a view of reality. By determining a view of reality, it co-determines change. And this leads us to a second moral dilemma. Self-identifying as an oppressed minority may allow better to contrast oppression. At the same time, it may support and reinforce racist entrenchment. In other terms, I may self-identify as a Black, and this may help me to find an alliance with all other Black people to contrast racism. At the same time, my behavior tends to maintain the idea that Black people are different from others because they self-identify by differentiating them from other people. Okay, let me just conclude what I had to say. The main issue is, how do we frame the economy racism question? Racism is a fuzzy concept. You need a specific framework. The framework requires a value judgment about what is relevant. And we have the market allocation or the economy-society interaction approaches. The two frameworks lead to different implications in terms of racist discrimination, specific policy goals, extensiveness of conceivable change. Choosing actual and potential boundaries involves major ethical value judgments. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Paolo. It's really fascinating. I think Neil's had to jump off the call, so I just wonder if anybody has any questions for Paolo. We've got just under 15 minutes. Anybody got any questions for Paolo? I'm trying to find, where can I tell? I think if you just want to put your video on and then ask away. Kian.
Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to mention that many economists think about change in institutions or in, as you say, status quo, about in the framework of growth theory. And I think maybe it would be good to think about your dilemmas in the context of growth theory. How do you think it's compatible with that? Okay, I want to change something, some technology, some institution. So it has been considered in the process of growth.
I think what I'm trying to focus on is that these issues are not neutral. At the outset, they are issues that policymakers have to deal with. And policymakers are faced with the issue that people are not free from the very beginning. People may be more or less free depending on what economic conditions they are in. If you are starving to death, you have no possibility of taking part in anything other than just desperately seeking something to eat. So in the first instance, there is a policy issue that has to do with increasing the freedom of people. And once that is to some extent possible, people must engage in the kind of discussions that Stefano Solari was talking about. That is to say, establishing communities of meaning and trying to understand what they really want to pursue, what their view of the world is, and what the pursued world should be. This is more or less what I try to point out.
May I clarify more? I think when you say that, okay, what's the policy to change the current situation, you are talking about and what's asked by the people, you're talking about, okay, how to make more, for instance, okay, we say more undiscriminated or more efficient system. But on the other side, you can think that, okay, making, as an example, think about some technology that is at the moment is more proper for men. Changing this technology to a gender neutral one is costly. So we need an analysis to think about that. Okay, if it's demanded, maybe we think about it as an external demand, but not something about growth. But if it's not, we have to think about as a trade-off. It's very simple. Is it worth to make it gender neutral, or let's continue with this masculine technology?
I understand your question now. Yes, okay. I think it all depends on how you measure things. On the systems of accounting, what you are implicitly assuming is, when you speak of a trade-off, is money accounting. Money accounting is based on distribution, on who can pay and who cannot pay. Whereas one might use social accounting, which means including values that are not money values, but are social values based on what people choose is relevant. Now, this means basically that you might want to pursue a society where maybe economic growth is not going to be a crucial issue. This obviously is going to cause problems because a capitalist market economy cannot be growthless. You cannot conceive of a capitalist economy where there is no growth. But this will involve dealing with economic change, conceiving of how to organize the economy in a different way. In this sense, what I say is, when you start thinking about possible change, you enter a great deal of problems that may be dramatic. Because when it comes to, for instance, thinking of changing a capitalist economy, you may end up in a situation such as, Chile 1973, or fascism as it was described by Karl Polanyi. Karl Polanyi explicitly explained fascism as the outcome of an attempt to have societal values prevail over market values. So this is a major issue that an economist has to deal with. and it is an ethical issue.
Thank you. Thanks for your question, Kian.
Thank you very much.
Can I bring in Stefano?
Thank you. Yes, you have brilliantly illustrated 2 or 3 kinds of lock-in, social lock-in, that is very difficult to dissolve. And probably even the solution proposed by the Italian school from Vico on, the education is not enough because it can be understood as promoting the interest of one part. All in all, as you have said in the beginning, it's very useful to have a kind of pariah, no? That you can employ at half of the wage of other people. It's the economic system takes a lot of benefits from that. So you need really a breaking force, something that dissolves the lock-in situation, which, however, I don't know where you can put the lever to do that.
I assume that is not a question. There's no question mark at the end, and I'm glad about that because I have no answer to give you to such an implicit question. Yes, I mean, these are the issues that I believe we have to discuss, and I'm very upset because the literature I have been reading about racism appears to me to be very simplistic. It looks as if racism was something you can easily get rid of. And unfortunately, I'm afraid this is not the case. And what we see around us tends to confirm my belief rather than that of the others, which is very upsetting. I would be very happy to have somebody contradict me in practice, but unfortunately, that is not the case. And I believe that we should be aware of this, and we should be, when we teach economics, I think we should tell our students that we're not providing them with certainties, but with doubts and with open issues rather than certainties.
Yes, in fact, one of the first question posed to the organizer, to Craig, was the role of mathematical or very formal economics, which is to discard completely this kind of issues.
Yes, because actually it is not only an issue that relates to mathematics. Mathematics shows it in the most clear way. But it is basically the idea of identifying models and theories. A theory is a general view of the economy or of a part of the economy. A model is a simplification that tends to provide a rigorous treatment of how some variables may interact within that theory. It is based on very precise assumptions concerning the surrounding environment, typically a ceteris paribus assumption. And this is a very strong assumption in very many cases. Even if you don't use mathematics, it's the same thing. You see it, for instance, consider international trade theory. Everybody keeps on teaching Ricardo and Heckscher-Ohlin as if it was just standard stuff, and they never list no, actually, what they do is they list the assumptions at the beginning. They tell you the theorem or what the model says, and then they apply it, and they never explain that the application is subject to all those assumptions that were listed and that do not apply to reality. So it is not just a matter of mathematics. It's a matter of how you model, or of how you distinguish models and theories. And in fact, especially in America, it is standard to say, oh, I've got a theory and a model, and it's the same word. The two words mean the same thing.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't agree more with that point, Paolo. 2 minutes, if anybody, can we get another question from somebody who would like to ask one?
I apologize if I get excited. It's just that I'm passionate.
No, I feel the same way on that point. It's a really powerful point. Stefan, did you have a question? Did you have a question, Stefan? Oh, you're mute. Stefan, you're muted.
I was surprised because
Okay,
Stefan
I'm back
always has something to ask me.
No, it is not a question, Paolo. It's just I've just recently read Adorno's little book on the neo-Nazism in Germany. Maybe you might want to check that out. It's a very small little book, and he's making the same kind of argument of why the Germans became sort of, or some at least, picked up fascism. It's a social declassification kind of, or envy, or blocked upward social mobility kind of argument that he puts forward. So you got a nice source to reference, I think.
Thanks, Stefan.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just know that I was going to note that is in the chat, I think, as well, if anybody wants to follow that up. Okay, thank you ever so much for that, Paolo. Thank you. It was so interesting. Great. Time, I think, that we introduce our next speaker, and this takes us to a short comfort break afterwards. Next speaker is George DeMartino, and George will be talking about teaching economic harm to economists. So George, a very, very warm welcome to you. And I shall hand it over to you. Are you comfortable with the sharing and so on?
Yes, that would be great. Good morning, everyone. It's 7 a.m. here in Colorado, so I have not been a part of the proceedings up until just the end of Paolo's talk. It's great to see you, Paolo. I want to talk to you. Well, just give me 1 second to set things up, and people may also need a little break between sessions. So this will just take me a minute.
Hello to you.
Sorry?
I said hello to you.
Oh, hello. Just let me see if I can share my screen. I know I should be an expert at this by now. Can you see my screen?
Yes, can see your screen.
Okay, let me just now get things organized and then we'll start. I hope everyone is doing well. And I am so disappointed that this was all, obviously I'm on a different time zone from most of you, so I was not able to be here for much of this.
No, that's great. I appreciate you joining us so early in your day.
All right, are we good to go here?
Yes, absolutely. All yours.
Okay, given the theme of this conference on teaching ethics to economists, I thought it would be good for me to talk about teaching economic harm very quickly in 3 diagrams, essentially, because I'm troubled by the way in which economists think about harm, the way we have been trained, maybe perhaps my generation of economists, we've been trained to think about harm, and the way in which we then take these particular conceptions of harm into our applied work, where we do a lot of harm. I'm presenting just a little bit of a book that I'm just now finishing. It'll come out in the spring with the University of Chicago Press, called The Tragic Science: How Economists Cause Harm as They Aspire to Do Good. The motivation is that economists cause a lot of harm, or at least we contribute to a lot of harm in the world. And yet we are far too cavalier about the harms that our work induces. Other professions don't get away with this. Other professions that also cause harm have to and do take a much more careful approach to the nature of the harm that their practice induces. The claim of the book is that economists necessarily cause harm as they seek to do good. That's what makes it a tragedy. And that we nevertheless continue to take a paternalistic approach to our work, grounded in the idea that we know best which harms are appropriate to apply to society, supposedly for society's own good. I argue in the book that economists cause harm for two principal reasons, although there are others. One is the unevenness of economic impact of policy. And of course, economists have been talking about this for a century or more. The other is a problem that I write about in the book called irreparable ignorance. The fact of the matter is we know almost nothing. The economy bedevils us. I mean, the economy is a complex set of systems. We're not trained to think of it in that way. And if it is in fact a set of complex systems, then we cannot know what will happen tomorrow. We cannot say today what will be the impact of a policy 3, 5, 7 years out. And yet we've been trained to repress that problem. And that's an enormous concern in the book, which I'm not going to talk about today. We are trained to repress that problem and to present ourselves as knowing the unknowable. This is one of the ways that we achieve tremendous influence in policy circles, by claiming that we have insights into the way the world works and we can see tomorrow today in ways that others can't, that we have time travel machines that allow us to see what will be coming in the future. Now, of course, all kinds of critics within economics and beyond, from Knight and Shackle and Keynes and others, have criticized this way of thinking tremendously, but nevertheless, we continue, as a whole, the profession continues to repress it. Anyways, much more to be said about the book, but I only want to present one small idea, one small piece of the book today. And it's about how we theorize, how we've been trained as economists to theorize economic harm. And what I want to argue is that the profession has fallen back on a harm, that point one, harm is an extraordinarily complex idea. Harm is complex, yet we have been trained to think of it in simplistic terms. And I'm thinking here of the new welfare economics, and that's really the focus of my investigation today, what we might call mainstream economics that has dominated the past century when it comes to welfare. The argument is that we have learned to trivialize the harm, to oversimplify the harm, and we do this through what I call, borrowing a phrase from philosopher Howard Radist, moral geometry. We use economic moral geometry to treat policy matters that are far more complex than we are willing to accept. And so what I want to do is talk about that, how we are trained to think about harm through moral geometry. The first question I want to pose is, how does moral geometry of standard welfare economics theorize harm? And in order to get at that, you have to think first about how does standard welfare economics moral geometry theorize well-being? And this is, of course, known to all of you here, that in the standard view, which continues to predominate, well-being, a person's well-being is a function of their preference satisfaction, where preference satisfaction is a function of access to goods that they value. Very simple statement here. Now, of course, the profession then, the standard moral geometry then imposes all kinds of conditions, both technical and others, to enact this and to simplify what is an otherwise intractable set of problems around harm. So, for example, preferences are typically, though not always, theorized as self-regarding. And generally in policy analysis, that's the case. Goods are theorized next. The goods that people value are theorized as nothing but welfare transmitters. I value a good to the degree that it enhances my own well-being or welfare. All goods are then theorized as welfare commensurable. You know, any two goods can be compared. Environmental quality against a new automobile. There are no goods that escape this welfare commensurability, which means that all goods can be compared. And lastly, following from all that, and plus one little kicker that I'm about to add, goods are radically substitutable. And generally speaking, when we're doing policy analysis, we don't allow for non-lexical or non-lexicographic preference orderings. Now, those principles were taught to economists of my generation as commonsensical and as something necessary to simplify the analysis to make these concepts tractable. what's interesting to me is that the standard approach to harm then falls out of this approach to theorizing well-being and goods. And harm then is, in my argument here, is that harm then happens very simply when agents suffer diminished well-being owing to diminished access to goods that they value. If well-being comes from the goods that they get access to, harm happens when they face diminished access to the goods that they value. I'm going to close this so I can see my screen a little better. Give me one moment. There we go. Now, by the way, there's a very important, something I won't really talk about, I'll just highlight, I deal with it in the book. There's a very important assumption here that the appropriate baseline to judge when people have been harmed is a historical one. It's a historical baseline approach. In the historical baseline approach, we compare how a person is after an action with how they were immediately prior to that action when assessing whether the action, in this case, loss of access to goods they value, whether the action has caused harm. Among harm theorists outside of economics, that is a terribly consequential assumption or approach to harm that is also widely rejected. And I can talk about that in the Q&A if anyone wants to talk about that. The next point that's so interesting is if this is the way we theorize goods and well-being, and this is the way we theorize harm, then this is also tells us how repair from harm happens. Repair happens through compensation. If I lose access to a good that I value, that harm is repaired. And by that, I mean the person is made whole. They're no worse off after the repair through compensation in the form of other goods. I lose access to an apple. I gain access to, if I gain access to an appropriate number of pears, I am just as well off before I lost the apple as I am after I lost the apple, provided I've been given sufficient number of pears. All right. Now, so this, we demonstrate this. I'm sorry, let me move ahead here. Now my screen. We demonstrate this typically in economics classes with, utility surfaces and preference or indifferent surfaces and all the rest. I just do it in this book is, by the way, I should say, is intended largely for non-economists. I do it much more simply here. Imagine that Maria values apples and pears. Imagine she is at 5 apples. She loses access to 1 apple. She has been harmed in this approach, the standard moral geometry approach. By the way, it doesn't matter how many apples she has before or after. Any movement on that continuum to the left amounts to harm to Maria. So her welfare is reduced. That's how we see from X to Y. But if she has provided sufficient number of pears, given her preference ordering, she can be made whole. Her welfare recuperates from the lower level after the loss of the apple to the higher level, which is where she began. Now, this is so intuitive to economists that we teach this all the time, trade-offs, everything has a price and all the rest. But I want to explore more fundamentally what kind of harm this account permits. And so what I've got here is just a simple little matrix that distinguishes reparable harm from irreparable harm. Now that's going to be a key argument here because we tend, under moral geometry, we tend not to accept that there is irreparable harm. Before we do that, let's take a look at the 2 rows. Let's consider commensurable, a framework that allows for only commensurable substitutable goods, welfare commensurable, that's the standard approach in economics, as opposed to non-commensurable, non-substitutable goods. My claim is that in economics, the standard moral geometry, we only allow for commensurable substitutable goods. And that means that all harms are reparable. There are no irreparable harms. If anything I lose can be compensated for such that I'm made whole, then all harms are reparable. And there are no items in the northeast and southeast cells. Those cells are empty. Moreover, under the standard approach, because all goods are welfare commensurable and radically substitutable, all harms appear in the northwest cell. They are all compensable. Therefore, the lower left, the southwest cell of the table is also empty. All harms then appear as compensable harms. Now, of course, my argument is that this is an extraordinary oversimplification of harm that trivializes harm and trivializes the harms trivializes the harms that people suffer by virtue of economic interventions. So we teach this all the time. We talk about apples versus pears when we're teaching economics. If a student raises his or her hand and says, okay, I get that if you lose an apple, you can be compensated by pears. But what if a father can't get access to medicine and his daughter needs to stay alive? Can we assume that there's some amount of compensation in the form of pears, apples, or money, such that the father, after the loss of the child, is just as well off as he was with the child, provided the father gets adequate compensation? If a student is moved to ask that kind of a question, in fact, standard moral geometry has nothing to say. But of course, all of us recognize the difference between the loss of a child because we can't afford drugs that our child needs versus the loss of an apple and a pear. But standard moral geometry can't handle those kinds of cases, or chooses, I should say, it could handle, chooses not to handle those kinds of cases. Now, I want to argue, of course, that this is crazy, that there are reparable harms, but there are also irreparable harms. Virtually every other profession I'm aware of that induces harm recognizes the distinction. Engineers recognize the distinction. They spend a lot of time over-engineering systems so that these systems won't cause irreparable harm. Of course, the legal profession is the place where people fight all the time over which harms are reparable and which are irreparable. Now, to get at that, I want to go back to economics. We have to understand that not all goods are not all goods are welfare commensurable. Moreover, that there are non-substitutable goods. So now we have two rows here. The top is commensurable substitutable goods. That's the standard approach. But we should recognize that there are non-commensurable, non-substitutable goods, as the student's question about the father who can't get access to the medicine indicates. And if you take those distinctions on the vertical and horizontal axis, if you take the rows and columns, if you take those distinctions seriously, we come to see that the standard approach of lumping all harms into the northwest quadrant will not do. If all goods are commensurable and substitutable, then of course all harms are reparable through compensation and irreparable harm is undefined. But if we accept that there are non-commensurable goods and non-substitutable goods, if there really are lexicographic preference orderings, even that's the wrong language to talk about it, but if there are, then we start to see that, in fact, we have to draw a distinction between reparable and irreparable harm. And so irreparable harm are those non-compensable, this is the east quadrant. These are harms that where there's no remedies available, where someone who has suffered a loss, they cannot be repaired. They carry this loss through the rest of their lives. They may commit suicide. They may die by suicide. They may suffer a trauma from which they never can recover. But beyond that, I want to argue that some reparable harms are reparable, but not through compensation. Economists, we've been trained to think that all harms that are reparable through the provision of other goods. But in fact, if some goods are non-commensurable and non-substitutable, then compensation cannot work as the means for repair. Well, then the question is, how do people, to the degree that people can be repaired from the loss of non-commensurable, non-substitutable goods, how does it happen? And I want to argue, and I do argue in the book, it happens through other kinds of activities and interventions that I call acknowledgement. I'm talking about apology when there is a public wrong, a public apology, the expression of public sympathy. I'm thinking here of things like truth commissions that are often instituted in post-conflict societies where people have suffered horrendous losses that are non-compensable, and yet sometimes they receive some relief, some degree of repair through public acknowledgement and public apology and sympathy, recognition for the harms that they have suffered. Moreover, there are times when people, that the appropriate approach is gratitude. People sometimes choose willingly to sacrifice, to risk their lives for the well-being of others. In cases like this, some people do lose their lives. Their families, to the degree that they can be repaired, are repaired not through payment that's equal to the life of the person lost, but through public honor, recognition, gratitude. These are the ways that the loss of non-substitutable goods can be overcome, sometimes with respect to, even if these harms are quite serious. These are the social mechanisms by which people can sometimes be repaired. Sometimes they can't be, but these are the mechanisms that are appropriate. Now, in this kind of case, and this is, I think, so important, in this kind of case, non-compensable harms, the offer of compensation doesn't fix the problem. The offer of compensation can make the harm worse. Why? Because the offer of compensation trivializes the harms that people have suffered. When the father loses a daughter because he can't afford the medicine, an offer of X amount of dollars that's supposed to somehow equate with the value of the daughter lost trivializes the daughter's life and the father's loss. Let me give you an example that I think gets at this, and then the question is going to be, how often is this the case? This is the case of the Sioux Nation, the Lakota, Dakota, and Nakota tribes that populated what is now the central upper Midwestern United States. In 1868, the U.S. federal government negotiated the Treaty of Fort Laramie. And this treaty presumably guaranteed the Sioux Nation tribes, the Lakota, Dakota, and Nakota nations, undisturbed use and occupation of what really was an enormous swath of land that included parts of what are now many states, but especially what's most important for our purposes, the Black Hills, which is a resource-rich region of Western South Dakota. Under this treaty, the United States government took on the obligation to prevent white settlers from moving onto the land. It was the US federal government's job to protect the land. Well, in 1874, just 6 years later, gold is discovered in the Black Hills. This precipitates the famous gold rush in American folklore. And the US government immediately violated the treaty. They refused their obligation to deter the influx of white prospectors onto the Sioux land. What they did instead is they forced a renegotiation of the treaty to recognize the access of white prospectors to the land. And in a sense, it essentially just tore up the Treaty of Fort Laramie, the 1868 Treaty of Fort Laramie. The tribes, the Lakota, Dakota, and Nakota nations sued a century later. In 1980, the Supreme Court denies the LDN claim to have the land restored and improves instead compensation in the amount of $100 million. In 1991, the Sioux met and decided to refuse the funds. Now here is that's not what I wanted. Here is a part of the Sioux refusal document, which you can find on its website, 1991. And it says in part, it's a really powerful document to read the whole thing. This land was put here by the Supreme Being. And he also put the indigenous race here with its own form of government suited to its own religion, tradition, culture, and environment within which to base its social modes and jurisdiction of government on since time immemorial. The land is an indefinite and indefinable commodity that cannot be equated with the value of money, as money is man-made. End quote. Now, those funds have sat in a trust for the Sioux Nation to take whenever it chooses to do so. That fund is now up to, it has accrued interest over the years. It's now at $1.3 billion, and the Sioux continue to refuse the money. Now, I want to be clear, $1.3 billion is not a lot of money relative to the needs of the Sioux and the extent of the atrocity that was perpetrated against them. But it's not nothing either. These are very poor communities where $1.3 billion can make something of a difference, at least for some community members, and yet the Sioux refuse to accept the funds. I want to argue that in cases like this, our standard moral geometry, Kaldor-Hicks, cost-benefit analysis, social welfare funds, the use of social welfare funds, our standard moral geometry fails utterly. because this is a case where the goods are non-welfare commensurable. There's certain goods that are non-welfare commensurable where the goods are not radically substitutable, therefore compensation can't do the job. In cases like this, the standard approaches we use to evaluate economic policy have nothing to say about the advisability of policy. Now, this is an extreme example, you might be thinking. The question then is, how often does public policy that economists endorse involve these kinds of goods and these kinds of harms such that standard moral geometry fails? I want to argue that, in fact, many, if not most, public policy interventions, well, certainly many, I won't go so far as to say most, many public policy interventions involve these kinds of harm. So let's take something where economists have been speaking with one voice for 100 years or 200 years, trade liberalization. Economists love trade liberalization. They will sell they'll give up their eldest son, their oldest child for more trade liberalization. And what's important for my purposes is that trade liberalization is defended using standard moral geometry, typically Kaldor-Hicks, and the social welfare functions. So if you go to Krugman and Obsfeld and you go through the textbook and you see Paul Krugman's demonstration of all the virtues of free trade, he generally uses their social welfare function approach to justify it. But in a footnote somewhere, he also gives a Kaldor-Hicks kind of defense of it. This is the way in which we teach the virtues of free trade using moral geometry. Now, what are the harms associated with trade liberalization? And if you've already had time to look at this rest of the slide, you see where I'm going here. Well, in the first instance, trade liberalization leads to a loss of jobs for those who are in industries for which the country doesn't have a comparative advantage in the standard story. Or in the new trade theory, if you happen to work for a firm that's below the technology frontier, you're likely to lose your job when the country opens up to trade liberalization. So lost employment and lost income. Now, I think the standard approach in economics is to say, yes, those are fully compensable. You know, the gains from trade, the gains to the winners from trade could potentially fully offset those losses. But what are the losses associated with the loss of jobs and income? And this is a quote from Amartya Sen, where he's just citing lots of the results of lots of studies that have now been done about the harms that individuals suffer and communities suffer as a consequence of unemployment. And he says, quote, "There is plenty of evidence that unemployment has many far-reaching effects other than the loss of income, including," in bold, "psychological harm, loss of work motivation, skill and self-confidence, increase in ailments and morbidity rates, and even mortality rates. Disruption of family relations and social life, hardening of social exclusion, and accentuation of racial tensions and gender asymmetries." I want to suggest to you that those goods are not radically substitutable and compensable. Those kinds of harms are very much like the Sioux loss of land. They cannot be compensated for adequately after the fact. Some of these harms are irreparable. This is a quick quote from Nina Pavnik. She's one of the most important, I think, of the relatively newer trade theorists writing about the harms from trade. Very similar kind of list. The concentrated adverse effects of trade on the adult labor markets spill over into worse educational outcomes for children in affected families. This is so important. You know, some of the new research is showing that when one generation loses their jobs, the effect isn't principally on those losing their jobs. It reverberates down through the generations and can actually even deepen and worsen in terms of the life chances for those who suffer, those who are the children of those who suffer unemployment. Increased crime rates, worse health outcomes in affected communities, and lower provision of local public goods. Now, the point I'm trying to make is this. If trade is the classic example of trade liberalization, is the classic example of a policy that we've always defended based on moral geometry, if moral geometry doesn't work in this kind of case, and I would argue it does not work, it fails utterly in this kind of case, then I would suggest we are alerted to the fact that it may fail in many, many other kinds of cases. In fact, the point of one of the arguments of the book is that moral geometry is morally bankrupt. We should not be using moral geometry given the nature of harms that people suffer as a consequence of the policies and the work that economists advocate and the work that economists do. You probably can't read this. I can't even read this. Let me try that one more time. Well, you can't read this. So I'll just tell you what it is. This is a taxonomy that I provide in the book of all the kinds of harm that people suffer. They range from the categories of physical to psychological, economic, political, social, moral, and autonomy harms. And what I try to do in the book is show, in various places, is to show that in fact, people suffer many, if not most, if not all of the harms on this list as a consequence of economists' interventions in the world. Some of these harms are compensable in exactly the way that economists claim. But many, many of the harms on this list are not compensable, and many of them are not reparable at all. And if that's the case, then we've got no business continuing to use moral geometry. Again, Kaldor-Hicks cost-benefit analysis, social welfare functions to adjudicate policy. And that's where I'll leave it. Where are we time wise? Good. That's I've done this fairly quickly, so I'll stop now. That's where I want to. That's what I want. Where I want to leave this conversation, to suggest that we have been using an approach to policy assessment and to judging our own work that is grossly irresponsible professionally. Other professions don't get away with this. It reflects our paternalistic attitude, that is to say that our profession's paternalistic attitude to those we purport to serve. We situate ourselves as the harm accountants who are authorized to make the decisions about what kind of harms people suffer, how to theorize those harms, how to treat those harms. And in doing that, we have come up with a moral geometry that is deeply morally bankrupt. I'll leave you with this is the philosopher from whom I borrowed the phrase moral geometry. I think his point is absolutely, he's not talking about economics here. I think his point is absolutely right. Harm far too complex and far too ethically fraught to be dispensed with so easily by virtue of simplistic little math problems, which is exactly how we try to go about it. And I think that's it.
Thank you very much, George. I was going to sort of chair this, but I might be back. But given that my camera's on, I'd like to ask a question, if you don't mind. Now, you mentioned, I mean, in my own view, I think that, you know, Kaldor-Hicks and what you're calling moral geometry it does show the boundary of what economic theory can possibly say that's sort of normatively meaningful. And I think it transgresses that boundary. And I think that, you know, what you say is really powerful, and I just straightforwardly agree. I think it is morally bankrupt. I think it fails in its own terms as well. But I just want to raise something that I wonder what your reaction to this would be. You mentioned social welfare functions and so on, but there's also social choice theory as a way forward with normative economics. And there's if you like a pragmatic or even perhaps even pragmatist conception of economic theory, which says something like the economic reasoning puts forward policies, suggestions, and so on. For example, trade liberalization, it follows from its reasoning and thinks that those policies are well supported. We can put social welfare functions and so on in the bin, but that doesn't mean that we can't take a more pragmatic approach, and through a combination of sort of deliberation, drawing on deliberative democracy and those ideas there, and, you know, in combination with the notion of aggregation, which we find in social choice theory, can't we take a pragmatic approach to normative economics, which bins Kaldor-Hicks and so on, but nonetheless preserves a place for economic theory, and the normativity is dealt with through essentially public deliberation, aggregation.
Yes, I mean, thank God that the economic approach, the moral geometry, is violated all the time in public policy formation. That is to say, it's rare that public policy makers will actually say, okay, the cost benefit analysis says this, therefore this is what we will do, without consideration of enormous range of other factors that that bear and should bear on public policy choice, on social choice. But the problem is that it's often in violation, that the economic moral geometry has to be overcome or put in the bin, one bin, when in fact that should not be our contribution. Our contribution should be, in my view, our economic contribution should be other than that, not to have a greater influence in the world of public policy and to crowd out these other considerations at all. In fact, to diminish our stature and our influence in the public policy domain, to domesticate it. We have an outsized influence in the public policy domain, in part because we have sold ourselves and our students, generations of students have been trained that we have a privileged access into policy assessment that no one else brings to the table. And that has won for us influence that I don't think we deserve. We read Paul Krugman in the New York Times. We don't read an anthropologist every week about public policy matters in the New York Times. Economists are everywhere. We've colonized every public policy domain. We've colonized because of this moral geometry and our claim that it provides insights that others do not have, and that these insights or this methodology is more appropriate, and so it should be lexically prioritized over the other kinds of considerations. There's an epistemic asymmetry between economists and others that would have to be overcome, so that the ideal that you just described, Craig, could actually play out in the way that you and I might like it to play out. That is to say, economists, others would have to be able to evaluate what it is we do to a greater degree than they can right now, so that they could then say, okay, in this case, cost moral geometry has nothing to offer us. In this case, it does. The problem, of course, is that economics is presented in such a mathy way. We speak to each other in a language that makes it very, very difficult for those that we purport to serve to actually access and assess and evaluate the work that we do. And we don't do a good enough, I'll stop talking now, but we don't do a good enough job, in my humble opinion. We don't do a good enough job of helping to bridge that epistemic asymmetry. We trade on it. We don't work to democratize economic knowledge.
I understand. That's fabulous. Thanks so much. That's really helpful. Obviously, I could come back, but I'll give others a chance to ask questions.
Thank you, Craig.
I think there were other people who did want to ask a question. If you want to put your camera on and just talk, that'd be great.
I see a couple of people here.
I can't see. Here we go. Shall we go for Lekan first and then Paolo?
Hello, Lekan.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, George. Yeah, I was just imagining when you say economics cause harm to society, to the society. So I was thinking, because economists have contributed towards ensuring economic stabilization, particularly when negative shock, has hit an economy. So we've seen economists profiling policies, solutions, and those solutions have worked. It might not work to the optimal level, but it seems that some of the solutions that economists have profiled to stimulating the economy, they've worked. And it seems to me that economics, we have provided less harm than more harm to the world. But the question I really want to ask is about your moral geometry, how it can solve injustice and social inequity. There is an ongoing debate about some of the artwork, African artwork, that were forcefully removed from African communities during the period of slavery and colonization. And now there are debate that, okay, these countries were no longer under the British colony or Western colony. We want all our artwork back because this artwork are in Western museums that they've generated so much income. They've, improved tourism in these countries. Now, I just want to hear your view on this in terms of what would be the appropriate compensation, because I feel those artworks that were forcefully removed, they've caused Africans so much harm, because this is about the cultural heritage of Africans. So they've caused so much harm. So we are hearing that some of them are being returned gradually, but for me, I'm thinking, is it compensable? I don't know what terminology you use. It's repairable, and the Africans should be compensated for years of economic losses and maybe cultural losses. So what is your take on this? What is the appropriate justice that can be given on this matter of African artwork being taken away forcefully for so many years? Now we have to beg for this artwork to be returned to us. So
wonderful. So you've raised two different kinds of issues. I'll take them in the order that you raised them. The first one is, isn't it the case, if I understood your point correctly, isn't it the case that in many cases economists have done more good than harm? In many cases, they've alleviated harm, such as when stabilization policy works successfully. And if so, isn't that a justification for moral geometry? My argument would be this. Yes, there are many cases where economists have promoted good, even while causing harm. That's the nature. That's why what economics is a tragedy, because even successful policy, I would argue, even well-designed policy often entails harm to some. Is it enough then to say, yes, but in the aggregate, the gains have been greater than the losses, and therefore we're warranted in using moral geometry? And my answer to that is no. An example, public policy. It might be the case that we could improve the lives of people in the aggregate by harvesting organs against people's will. We could pick a healthy person off the street, kill that person, divide up their organs, and improve the lives of 10 others. Well, you've got 10 people benefiting. You've got maybe even some of those 10 people's lives are being saved. And you've only got one death. So obviously this is in the aggregate, this is a wonderful intervention. Well, in fact, we don't want to live in societies where bodies can be snatched for the greater public good. That's in public health, where the ethics are much better defined and more sophisticated than in economics. Distinctions are made between those costs that it is reasonable to impose on society for the betterment of others and those that are not. And of course, in that context, things like autonomy of individuals and integrity of their bodies, agency, liberties and freedom, all of those things come in. In economics, in our moral geometry, we don't have those distinctions. If trade liberalization is going to, in the aggregate, make society better off, whatever that means, but this community is going to experience an increase in death by alcoholism, death by suicide, then it's okay. Now, I don't think that that's okay. So the point, yes, economists often do good while they're also causing harm, and sometimes they actually, in the aggregate, reduce harm. But that's not a sufficient justification for the continued use of moral geometry of the sort that we use. We need to make more distinctions, such as between reparable and irreparable harm. We have to consider the rights of those who are being harmed for the benefit of others. We have to think about alternative ways of repairing the harm that people suffer, and on and on and on and on. And that's what my book tries to do. So I can't go into all that today. But point two, this is a perfect example. The example of the theft of African artwork over the past century and a half or perhaps longer is a perfect example where I would argue standard moral geometry fails. If standard moral geometry fails, then it's not for the economics profession to do the math and say, here is the number, $1.x billion or millions of dollars to compensate. Some of these harms may be non-compensable. Now, who would know that? Those who have suffered the harm. Not you, not me, those who have suffered the harm, I mean, as economists, not you and I, those who have suffered the harm are those who should be warranted, just like the Sioux, to say, no, we will not, compensation in this case is or is not appropriate, is not appropriate. What we need instead is the restoration, the return of these artworks. We may need hundreds of millions of dollars to build facilities that can hold these artworks in a way that they will be preserved for posterity. I want to be clear, to say that compensation isn't always appropriate does not mean that there should not be monetary transfers in the cases of historical injustice. I do think there should be monetary transfers in the case of historical injustice. But the economist's brain is to theorize that as compensation that makes the harm go away. My argument is no, the harm doesn't necessarily go away if it's irreparable, but there are nevertheless times when monetary transfers are vitally important to help in the process of repair. I'll end that there. But that is a really complicated and interesting issue. Paolo, are you waiting to jump in?
George, I might begin my question by asking you whether you believe that, well, not me, let's not make it personal, but for instance, Stefano Solari, Stefan Kesting, and Craig, are they economists? The reason I ask this question is because you keep on talking about economists. Yeah. And actually, I don't think I'm involved in what you're talking about.
Yeah, of course.
So there is something that doesn't work, and it is that you're actually being self-referential in the sense that you say that economists are only those that think in the way according to standard moral geometry, which is not true, which is not the case. You're just dealing with a very specific section of economic thought, which has been criticized and contradicted by many authors.
Of course.
Let me just mention Hirschman, Sen, and a strand of thought that begins with comments and goes through all of institutional thought, which explicitly points to the fact that any ethical any arrangement of the economy needs to take into account not just prices, but a set of rules, a polity that sets up the rules, the legal economic nexus, as it is called by these authors. Okay, so I think that you're not doing a good deed to economic thought by sticking to this identification of economists with a capital E and very conventional thought.
Yeah, Paolo, I mean, in the book, I hope I am far more careful than I am now, just rendering it quickly here. My target is moral geometry of the standard sort, not economists. And in the book that becomes quite clear because I draw on the writing of people like Hirschman, Sen, Atkinson, Angus Deaton, Martha Nussbaum, of course, who's not an economist but has much to say on these things. The focus is on the moral geometry, which of course has been critiqued extensively, and yet when I open up my newspaper and I read an economist talking about the virtues, let's say, of free trade, what do I see? Standard moral geometry continuing to predominate in terms of the way in which we think, in the way in which we people reading the New York Times are being taught to think about economic policy. So the target is moral geometry, not the economics profession, because of course I'm a heterodox economist myself. I've never done a cost-benefit analysis and I probably never will. But I do think that we continue, the profession continues to reproduce, you know, I don't know about in Italy or in Europe. In the United States, welfare economics is no longer taught at the PhD level, probably at the master's level, probably not even at the undergraduate level. It's just not taught. So the welfare economics that I'm talking about is just kind of frozen in time despite the extraordinary contributions of the critics, some of whom you and I have now just both cited. It's no longer taught. And so economists continue to use it. They're still trained to, they fall back on it, even in younger generations, when it comes to policy assessment. That's what I'm critiquing.
Should we go a step further?
Tell me.
Shouldn't we go a step further? Rather than critiquing them, just try to provide a better approach to these issues?
Yes, yes, I agree. So the last two chapters of my book tried to do exactly that. One, I argue for what I call economic harm profile analysis, that we can do better by appreciating the complexity of harm. And this comes to me from people like Amartya Sen and others who, of course, have influenced me greatly. Taking a much more, recognizing the complexity of harm, and then taking a harm-centric approach to economic analysis. So that we actually spend a good bit more time really thinking through, if you've got a policy like, I keep talking about trade liberalization, so we'll stay with that. If you've got a policy like trade liberalization, being much more sensitive to the variety and depth and duration of the harms that may be associated with it, and then exploring the question, okay, what does that imply about how economists should proceed in the world? So there's a chapter on that. And then the last chapter of the book is on what's called decision-making under deep uncertainty, DMDU, which is a fascinating approach that is now taking root in ecological circles, public policy circles, among public planners, infrastructure developers and the like, which assumes that we cannot know what will happen tomorrow as a consequence of our policy proposals, and assumes that different agents have very different and conflicting views about the kind of world they want to bring into existence, and then ask the question, all right, under these circumstances, how should we go about approaching the policy question? There's I'll just mention, I'll stop talking now, but let me just mention, if anyone's interested in this, they should check out the website for the Society for DMDU, Decision-Making Under Deep Uncertainty. The work is extraordinary, but for me, what's most important is its ethical aspect. It says, not the economist is not the harm accountant, that the people, the interests that are going to be affected by policy should be brought into the policy-making circle in a much more meaningful way. This gets at where Craig was going a little while ago, in a much more meaningful way, to have much more to say about what harms it is appropriate to risk for some for the benefit of others. And so that's where the book ends, Paolo. I tried to actually anticipate and deal with these kinds of questions.
Thank you. I'm going to jump in there because I'm quite conscious of people getting a break. But Florence, did you want to come in at all? I see you've got your camera on. You're on mute.
Sorry, it's just a quick question to John. He said something which I really agree with. And he said something that the decision whether something is moral or on the lines of that decision should be left to the people who have suffered. And my question is, normally the ones that have suffered are also tend to be the marginalized in society who do not have a voice. So how are they able to then express the wishes or make a judgment of what you say? Because normally they are marginalized and they don't have a voice. So how can that be?
Yeah, so I want to be clear that I don't try to deal with everything in this book, and that issue you're raising is hugely important to me. And I don't want to make it sound like the DMDU approach solves all problems. It absolutely does not. But it places a high emphasis on identifying who are the chief stakeholders who will be impacted by policy, including, but not only, the marginalized, and those who are most marginalized, and finding strategies to bring them into the policymaking process, typically through representations of their own communities, not necessarily elected officials in this case, because elected officials often don't represent these communities. Bringing them into dialogue early in ways that they can actually have meaningful impact on policy outcomes. Now, I don't even know where to begin to talk about the ways in which economists, our profession, is culpable for tolerating a world that is where the gap between the privileged and the marginalized has become so extreme. And I mean, it's extraordinary to what degree I think we are culpable we, the economics profession, and I'm taking Paolo's point that we are not all saying the same thing, but the profession has, well, it's worse than that. If you look at Kaldor-Hicks and generally speaking social welfare functions and generally speaking cost benefit analysis, especially the Kaldor-Hicks and cost benefit analysis, these approaches are biased against the marginalized. So even if their voices are brought into the process, if you believe in the declining marginal utility of money, they are going to be underrepresented. They are going to be, they're going to be further marginalized in the moral geometry we are currently using. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. And I try to go after that in the book here. So we absolutely need new participatory approaches, but I want to suggest that DMDU is one possible approach to that. I'd be happy to send that chapter. It can't be shared at this point beyond, I can send it to you, but please don't send it forward.
I'll be happy to.
And so if anybody wants that, please be in touch with me and I can send some citations or even my last chapter so you can take a look and see whether you think that it's a viable avenue forward.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry I'm talking so much in these questions. I haven't had much chance to talk about this book. I've been writing it during COVID and now I'm kind of excited.
It's great. It's not, don't be sorry at all. Fantastic. Thank you so much, George. Thank you everyone for your questions. We are going to take a quick comfort break because it's been a long afternoon already. Join us at 3 p.m. So just 7 minutes, but time to nip off, go to the toilet, get a drink, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
So welcome back everyone from that quick comfort break. For this afternoon's first session, I'd like to welcome Peter. Peter is from George Mason University in USA. Welcome, Peter. Peter's talk is entitled The Fate of Moral Philosophy in the Age of Economic Scientism, Ethics and Welfare Economics in Mainline Economics. So Peter, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a great opportunity. Let me just share my screen here. I can do that. Okay, and I will try to go through this. First of all, I just came in on the back end of George's talk and the Q&A, and so I think actually a lot of what he had to say about welfare economics and the issues are going to be related to things that I want to talk about as well. So the way that my paper goes is I start with the introduction with sort of the current criticisms of economics that is currently going on. I want to argue that they've misidentified what the enemy is in some sense, and that the real problem is the loss of humanity in sciences. It's very influenced in this throughout the kind of idea of what Deirdre McCloskey refers to as bettering humanomics. And so it's that issue. I then tried to explain why it is that we had those issues, which was the fact that we were in the 20th century trying to engage in a quest for exact thinking in demented times. This led to an alliance with scientism, which I think is damaging to economics. That then is in the next section of the paper, which is on the shenanigans of the social sciences, which result from scientism. In a nutshell, my argument is arguing that scientism kills science, and that creates all kinds of issues. And then I want to suggest that there is an alternative, which is laid out in the work of the Virginia School of Political Economy as an alternative that actually does bring us back to the traditions of political economy and social philosophy. And then I want to suggest that there is, if you follow that trajectory out, that there's a way for the future, and hopefully that economics can go back again to becoming political economy, and we can rightfully take our place in the schools of arts and sciences over with the arts and the humanities, rather than with the sciences with a capital S. All right, so the way that I want to argue this is that the main problem is that we started to treat man as a machine. It makes a lot of sense, by the way, to do this, because in our past history, when we attributed human purposes and plans to natural phenomena science was advanced when we purged the human purposes and plans and instead got rid of anthropomorphism. But if we are studying human societies, then getting rid of the anthropomorphism produces another kind of problem, which is mechanomorphism. And in the process of doing that, we end up by losing the very subject matter that we're trying to address. And so this is a quote from Coase from his book with Ning Wang on China, but he's trying to explain why it is that individuals, in fact, scientists have lost sight of the ability to understand human societies, and in particular comparative institutional analysis of human societies. And to go back to my point about the caricature of economics, which many here might disagree with, I'm pulling from a recent New Yorker article in which Jonathan Gruber talks, and he says that the problem. By the way, I think it's very important to read his full quote, because he's against bringing ethics back into economics. He's against sociological analysis, with it being brought back into economics. He's against history being brought back into economics. He's still a technocrat, but he just wants the technocracy to work for something that he agrees with. And he thinks that economics is a right-wing science that teaches that the markets are always right. And I don't have the time here in my talk to go through this, but a major part of my paper is to try to demonstrate that that argument hasn't been true since John Stuart Mill, and that they're misidentifying what the culprit is in this issue, which has to do with the technocracy and the approach to the social welfare economics that George was alluding to before. So there is resistance from within economics. Many people here have already talked about that in terms of Amartya Sen and also Albert Hirschman. But I also would mention Kenneth Boulding. And the reason why I bring him up and why I think he's so vital is you have to remember he's the second John Bates Clark Medal winner. That's when the American Economic Association forms its award to give to the top economists under the age of 40. So the first winner is Paul Samuelson. The second winner is Kenneth Boulding. The third winner is Milton Friedman. That sort of defines mid-20th century economics and where it goes. But Boulding, also deviates from the sort of the mainstream tacit presuppositions, because he writes a review of Samuelson's Foundations in the JPE 1 year after it is published. It's a review essay. And as you can read in here, is that he argues that it may well be the slovenly literary borderland between economics and sociology that will be most fruitful building ground during the years to come. And the mathematical economics will remain too flawless in its perfection to be very fruitful. And I think that, Boulding, in another book around that time called The Economics of Peace, uses the analogy that he gets from Frank Knight, which is that economic theory is like a skeleton, and the social world is like all the muscles and ligaments and everything that go into making the function of the skeleton. The problem with not having the skeleton is that the social sciences devolve into a jellyfish. But the problem with just having the skeleton is that you end up by being, not tackling these major issues. And so Boulding is there. And I think this goes back to the conversation that George and Paolo were having, which is that there's always been a strand of economic thinkers that have challenged this sort of move, but they have been brushed aside very effectively. So another one is Amartya Sen. This is a book from 1986 or 87. Just think about that. He argued that we as a profession were operating on a scientific production possibility frontier in which you have ethics and economics as engineering. So you have economics as engineering, economics as philosophy or moral philosophy, and that we've worked in a corner solution, and he wants us to nudge to move along. He doesn't want us to abandon the other one, but he wants us to move back along. And the question that you'd have to ask is, when was the last time a paper in the AER, for example, or the JPE or the QJE or Econometrica actually showed that move back to nudge the conversation back more towards moral philosophy? And I think that might explain the contrast. Certainly there's people that are in all these other outlets that have been making these arguments going back to Frank Knight, but also the institutionalist tradition and others. But, what's the impact of that? So there's also resistance from my perspective. There's going to be resistance from the slightly out of sync, and that's who I negotiate in this paper, which is basically the contributions of Hayek and Buchanan in trying to resist this trend. So again, I just want to remind everyone of the historical context within which economics evolved in the 20th century. And that context is the totalitarian threat from the left and the right. It is the experience of World War I, the Great Depression and World War II. For those in Europe, say, for example, those who grew up in Vienna and whatnot, this is, as Stefan Zweig captures in his book, The World of Yesterday. All of what they took for their granted is getting torn asunder, and they're trying to then reason their way through it. And in doing that, they end up by transforming the way in which we think about economics and the way we think about the role of public administration in that. So in this process of doing this, what I want to stress here from this quote from Pugu, or what I'm trying to stress, is actually this issue of where economics or economists, what we call economists, must give up the philosopher's impulse and instead take on the idea that we as economists are physicians. We are here to provide healing rather than to knowledge and understanding. And this is the crucial transformation that takes place. And that, period from Mill up through Samuelson and the various different, evolutions of that idea of learning the techniques and tools to be healers of society as opposed to being students of society is going to be one of the reasons why ethics gets crowded out. So if you think about even what I don't know enough about this Society for Decision-Making Under Deep Uncertainty. I just joined in the 3 minutes between George finished and the talk. I joined the society, learn about it. I'm fascinated by this discussion of it. But if you think about why it is that kind of humility that someone has to adopt in order to be able to understand the issues of a deep uncertainty that under which we are making decisions, and the idea of a deliberative democracy, which means that we have democracy by discussion, not debate, and what that means for the social sciences, those ideas are all going to get weeded out if you think that what the purpose is to be a doctor who is an expert, trained expert, who has monopoly status, who can stand over and do that. That's the technocratic impulse that economics had. And so this is where these two paradigms really diverge. And so the Hayek and Buchanan paradigm, or what I might call a broader Smithian paradigm, is one in which we are humble students of society. The economist is never viewed as a savior. In fact, if you read Adam Smith, any effort by individuals to, take that kind of idea or presume that they should be in that kind of position are going to actually be ridiculed and mocked. Whereas at a time, much later, when you get to say Samuelson, those who deny that we can in fact stand in that position are in fact the subject of those who are going to be mocked. And so what you have is you have two paradigms, which is economics as social engineering. Thus, it's economics as a tool of social control. Abel Lerner, this is, his book is explicit. It's called The Economics of Control. And again, what's the underlying principles of welfare economics? And to go back to something George said, even if welfare economics isn't taught, it's actually how everyone judges everything. Think of even behavioral economics. What do they mean by the anomalies? They take as a benchmark what they think, a purely rational agent would do. And then they consider the anomalies based against that. So it's the baseline of which they're judging this from. And this is the same thing with the optimality conditions and the equilibrium conditions. So you're thinking of first and second welfare theorems, And the whole idea is to identify the deviations and then to use public policy to bring that in control. And that's true of microeconomics, it's true of macroeconomics, and that hasn't changed since the Samuelsonian Revolution was completed after World War II, even though we've had various different twists and turns in economics, and it's fascinating to discover the various twists and turns. At the essence, they are tools of social engineering as opposed to tools of social understanding, which is a key issue. So there's been 100 years of professional consensus. This is my take on things. Economists are physicians of society, not students. Economists do what economists do, which is to model and measure. And so what our methodology becomes our defining characteristic rather than the subject that we study. A classic example of this, and I recommend everyone to look at it, which is Paul Krugman's critique of Hirschman and high development theory, because he does not criticize Hirschman for his ideas from the strategy of economic development. But what he does is he criticizes Hirschman for not putting his ideas into a tightly specified model and talking in the language of other economists. And so that's why the title of his essay is called The Fall and Rise of High Development Theory, because when his work invoking geography and economic development, increasing returns in economic development, these kind of, ideas that Krugman developed, he put them in specified, tightly specified models. Therefore, as a result, he was able to get traction in the economics profession. It's one of the reasons why methodology, and many of you that would be at a conference like this, I'm preaching to the choir at some level. It's one of the reasons why methodology is so vitally important and should not be ignored by our young graduate students, is because methodology not only determines what we consider to be a good question, but it also determines what we consider to be a good answer to a question. And so a lot of the reasons why Frank Hahn, for example, could refer to criticisms as a bombardment of soap bubbles is precisely because the methodological structure was such that it couldn't be penetrated by those criticisms, even as the anomalies are piling up. So, which gets me to the last point that I'm trying to make, which is that economics is in a series of crises. One of those crises was raised in a question to George, which is about, the social silences that need to be listened to that haven't been listened to. There's a phraseology, which is that a fish doesn't recognize the water that it's swimming in. And part of what we need to do is be able to make, the strange seem familiar and the familiar seem strange. And most of all, to listen to the social silences, say, for example, the water that we just take for granted. I refer to that often in my writings as tacit presuppositions. And I think a lot of what goes on in the social sciences and economics in particular is a wrestling over the tacit presuppositions. Which is similar to, but not identical to, Schumpeter's notion of vision, which is the pre-analytic cognitive acts of which we come to address the issues that we are concerned with. Anyway, examples of the shenanigans are both the replication crisis as well as the capture issues. I have a quote in the paper from President Eisenhower's farewell address. As many of you might remember, Eisenhower identified in that the concern with the military-industrial complex. But if you read further in it, he also is worried about the capturing of academics by a technocracy. He argues that this is basically what's going to happen is both the government and moneyed interests are going to capture the social sciences so that they can in fact be this new technocracy of ruling elites that are not subject to democratic challenge or democratic responsiveness. And the sociology of the profession has in fact generated these various structures of impediments to diversity, not only of the marginalized voices that we need to pay attention to, but also marginalized opinions. That's why the criticisms from within can be pushed away as so many bombardment of soap bubbles. as well as the criticisms from the slightly out of sync, let alone the criticisms from the outsiders. So what we want to do is I want to argue is that we need to have towards an economics of natural equals, which is actually what the Virginia School of Political Economy was agitating towards. This was their position that they were trying to argue for when they founded the Thomas Jefferson Center for Studies in Political Economy and Social Philosophy. This is laid out brilliantly in a documentary archived book by David Levy and Sandra Pert that was published by Cambridge in 2020. I recommend it to everyone. It's called Towards an Economics of Natural Equals. But it's also in the book by Colander on Where Did Economics Go Wrong, where he talks about these issues as well. So again, there's like a growing recognition of these ideas. So what do we need to do? We need to return to Adam Smith, and I suggest the generosity in spirit that is communicated through the theory of moral sentiments, but also his analytical acuteness and his depth of history, which is in The Wealth of Nations. In fact, if I can just say a short note, I don't develop it in the paper, but what I really believe in as an empirical strategy is that economics needs to return to social history and really pay attention to those kind of narratives. So yesterday in my class, for example, I had the great fortune of having Emma Griffin, who is currently the president of the Royal Historical Association, to talk in my class about her books which deal with the social history of the Industrial Revolution. So she has these two books. One's called Liberty's Dawn, and then the other one's called Breadwinners, which problematizes. So Liberty at Dawn sort of opens up our understanding of the autonomy and spaces that were created during this period of time. But then Breadwinners talks about the suffering by paying attention to the voices of women and children during this time as well. So we need to wrestle with those things, and I think this is the kind of empirical strategy that we should be adopting. But that's a talk for a different day. So what is it about Hayek and Buchanan that I try to lay out in the paper? What I lay out in the paper is this: it's a criticism of utilitarian, engineering, and elitist presumption. So in a very simple way, the utilitarian believes that you can aggregate the individual preferences into a social preference. We call that a social welfare function. We as economists are trained to be engineers to maximize that social welfare function. And we are trained to do that in our elite institutions and have those elite preferences. So all of this moves away from the idea of democracy as discussion, because it doesn't recognize the idea that there is no single social welfare function that we can aggregate that's stable, because we live in a pluralistic society with a multiplicity of ends that people are pursuing. And so as a result, what we have to do is recognize the way we negotiate all of that idea. So the criticism of the utilitarian engineering elitist presumption is what Hayek goes after in his Nobel Prize address, called The Pretense of Knowledge, but also what Buchanan identifies in the beginning of his Nobel Prize address, where he starts out by saying economists must cease pro-offering advice as if to a benevolent despot, and you pursue that. But also Lynn Ostrom in her last paragraph of her Nobel Prize address, where she challenges the presumptions of what she calls the false confidence of the social sciences, that they have this synoptic point of view, when actually what they need to recognize is that they have to have a polycentric point of view. And finally, if we take this, this seriously, this move away from the synoptic point of view to the polycentric point of view, we have to recognize that we need a lateral vision and also return to political economy. And these are addressed in two most recent books, again, which I recommend, by Gillian Tett, called Anthrovision, and another book by Diane Coyle called Cogs and Monsters. And many of you might already know that. But I also, end with a nod to Brian Author, the complexity theorist's most recent paper that just came out this year on we need an economics for verbs, not an economics for nouns. And what he means by that is economics should be about human activity, not about states of affairs. And if we take that argument seriously, we can find roots of it all the way back to the great historian R.G. Collingwood, who wrote a piece in the Journal of Philosophy called Economics as a Philosophical Science, in which he argued that economics as a science must be a science, a philosophical science of human activity, not, again, of equilibrium states and whatnot. So the rejection of the notion of man as a machine and the economy in that. And so this is my last PowerPoint. It's the first time I've done these kind of little meme things. But, you know, Frank Knight used to try to say to all of us that to say a situation is hopeless is to say it's ideal. The reason for that is not to try to give you a counsel of despair, but instead a counsel of hope. Because if a situation is ideal and we recognize that in fact it's not ideal, that must mean that we must strive to be able to find mechanisms for hope, for improvement. And, you know, obviously, you know, many of us are engaged in that. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having conferences similar to what we're having right now. And so that's, you know, that's basically the argument I'm trying to develop in the paper, and and hopefully, you know, have a good conversation with everyone. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and ready to talk.
Thank you very much, Peter. We are open for questions. If you have a question for Peter, please do pop your camera on. We'd like to get some live questions going. Starting with Stefano, you've raised your hand. Please pop your camera on and we'll come over to you. George puts such an important, in the chat box, such an important point regarding simplistic social welfare functions as a displacement for procedural democracy in decision making. So thanks, George. If you did want to elaborate on that, please do pop your camera on, but Stefano will come over to you next. Yep, Stefano, we're good for you?
Yes, thank you. You have criticized a certain aspect or certain trend in economics, which is the tendency to elaborate rather abstract theories with certain presumption, but there is something which is even worse compared to the negative aspect you have described. That is to say, the tendency of econometrics to dominate theorization. So if you do not have some new data and a meaningful regression, you cannot make a meaningful point in a top journal. So you cannot discuss a problem if you are if you don't have the support of a good econometrics of something measurable. Otherwise, you should shut up. I think there is this tendency which is going on at least in the majority of top journals, and probably also in the majority of journals in economics.
Yeah. I think that's a really great point. I agree with it 100%. I think even when we look at our most talented leading economists today, like say someone like Raj Chetty, and you look at his very important study about mobility in the United States, he uses big data. It's very impressive. He has like 1 million data points, so it's amazing. But the entire paper and the project is about people and places, right? Incomes, and you know, and their scores. So you know what he does is he tries to find people that have, you know, in 8th grade have similar aptitude tests, but they live in different zip codes. And then what he does is he studies, you know, what their longitudinally, what their income is going to be 15 years later or whatever. And then he finds out that the ones that grew up in the, you know, rich neighborhoods get rich, and the ones who grew up in the poor neighborhoods stay poor or whatever. But one of the questions he doesn't ask, so that's a ton of what questions. He's answering amazingly a ton of what questions. But what he isn't asking is a why question. Right? He's not talking about practices. You know, there's nothing unique about a zip code in a fluid society that locks it into wealth over time. It has to do with practices, policies, and other things that happen. And so we have to make sure that we focus on the why question, and the why questions are theory. Now, this is going to be the most controversial thing to technical economists that I'll say today, but I actually think the culprit in modern economics that has killed and led to the situation that you were describing is Maskell, Winston, and Green. The domination of that textbook over the last 20 years, as opposed to even in the 90s when it was Krebs, let alone in the 80s when it might have been Varian and Silverberg or something like that. You know, those books, Krebs backwards, they all put a primacy on theory, at least understanding the structure of theory and the structure of economics. But what happened with Maskell is you have formalistic historicism. You can prove anything that you want, but in the language of very formal modeling. And so as a result, there's no why provided. All there is empirics. And the critical moment actually was the guys just winning the most recent Nobel Prize, because if you go back to the 80s and 90s, people were starting to get very concerned about cross-country regressions and that all the models were breaking down. And that's when McCloskey first started to actually make her inroads, because she was arguing for multiple forms of evidence, right? The rhetoric of economics is that there needs to be multiple forms of evidence, not just one kind. And that would open up space for social history. It would open up space for anthropology. It would open up space for all kinds of other ways in which we as social scientists interacted. But the ability to get instrumental variables, the claim is that took care of all those problems of those cross-country regressions. And so then that ended up by dominating, that has dominated the economics profession. You are 100% correct. You know, go ahead and look again for I mean, you know, there's a conversation. Economics has gotten much broader, all right? But at some level, the conversation that dictates where the science is at is still in the AER, JPE, QJE econometrica. It's not even in the EJ or the JEL or anything like that. Those are much more open places. But the AER, JPE, QJE, and econometrica determines what's considered science and what's considered at the cutting edge of science of our discipline. And we have to look very seriously at that. And it's 100%, I would agree with you that that's the issue. Unless you have a good data set and you've done a very, you know, as Krugman put it, a very tightly specified model with very, you know, clean econometrics, you're going to have a very hard time getting your point across.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Peter at all? We've got George. I'm happy to come over to you so you can elaborate on your comment if you'd like to.
Well, in fact, I would like to ask a different question if I could. Peter,
sure.
Peter, thank you for this wonderful intervention. Your work is always so provocative for me. I find myself agreeing with you more than I want to, given my but it's the same with McCloskey. In the economics of control approach, is your primary concern that it's impossible, or that it's fundamentally ethically bankrupt, even were it to be possible? Or is it, or do you agree with both of those claims, that it is not possible, and even if it were, it is absolutely the wrong way for a profession like ours, given our social responsibility in democratic societies, to take on that authority and that kind of strategy?
So thank you very much. It's an important question that I wrestle with, because the earlier version of myself was very much focused on the issue of the possibility or impossibility of it. And I wasn't thinking about those other issues. But as it's kind of a weird thing, because I, again, was a student of Buchanan and then worked as an assistant professor with Kerzner. So I should have known better, but I was, you know, an economist, right? Standard sort of, you know, idea. And but in the process of doing the kind of work that I did early in my career, I ended up by bumping into the Ostroms, and I became very influenced by the Ostroms. And increasingly so, I ended up by writing a book about them and whatnot, but before she won the Nobel Prize and everything. But so I got to interact with them in a very, you know, sort of direct way. And they used to make this claim, which sounded weird when I first heard it, which was, we need to have a science that is appropriate for a society of self-governing democracy. And they would criticize other approaches because they said, well, that's not a approach that's consistent with a self-governing democracy. Mm-hmm. And like, I never thought of that as a criteria, right, for how you should judge other theories. And then once I understood what they were saying and bought into it, which a lot of it has to do with the difficulties that were associated with the post-communist transition, which I was working on and learning about those kind of issues and everything. And so the more and more that's sunk in, and then issues with development and whatnot, and the moral responsibility of people involved in development exercises and the potential tyranny of experts in that field. I then started to see that that's also, you can find those same sentiments in these earlier writers that I'm talking about. So Frank Knight, when he stood up to give his presidential address to the American Economic Association, he refers to the approach that was then becoming dominant as fundamentally non-democratic. And like, I'm reading it and like, all of a sudden I was like, Frank Knight said that. I knew about that speech for 20 years, but now because of listening to Lynn and Vincent, I went back and I read it in a whole new light. And the same thing with Buchanan, when he's talking in 1959 about, positive economics, welfare economics, and political economy. And what he says is that the economists must submit their, recommendations to test in the democratic process of collective decision-making. And it's like, oh, really? And so it becomes a whole other thing. So it's both a problem of, I would argue, that there's technical problems that you can only solve through shortcuts in the approach, but fundamentally it's a approach which violates our notions of self-governing democracy and the issue of people governing with others rather than governing over others. And so, I'm kind of a crazy person, so I have always available to me like Lynn Ostrom's Governing the Commons, which everyone thinks is basically a book about how do you handle common pool resources. But I think if you actually look at the very end of the book, and I won't read it out here, but look at the on 214, her title is A Challenge to Scholarship in the Social Sciences. And it's precisely in that section where she goes after the idea of of economists who want to view themselves as having this synoptic view, that they can see the society, so they're seen like a state rather than seen like a citizen. And so she wants to deprivilege the economist, make sure that we are, that we give priority to the creative and clever and wonderful people that we're studying rather than the cleverness of us who are the studiers. And it's that whole perspective, I think, changes the way I think we teach economics, that we approach economics and all of that. So, and I can't say that when I was a 25-year-old, I thought that way, but at 61, I do, yeah.
Wonderful answer. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's why I want to learn about this decision-making under deep uncertainty, because when you look at decision-making under uncertainty, like say someone like, large, I'm going to get his name wrong, but the guy at Chicago that won the Nobel Prize that works on uncertainty decision-making, I mean, he's trying to find another technocracy. Like that's his goal. His goal isn't to overturn, or change. It's to find another technocracy that can actually cope with that. And I think even Mervyn King and John Kay in their book on radical uncertainty, in a sense, are also, it's very good, but it's also very, technocracy oriented. Whereas the economic sociologist Jens Becker has a book called Imagine Futures. And that book is different. That's a different, it reads different, it smells different, it is different, right? And so, yeah.
Thank you very much. David, you're on screen. Would you like to ask a question?
Yes. I'm Dave Colander.
Yeah, I invoked you.
Enjoyed the talk a lot and everything else. I do have a few ideas and sort of trying to understand where we differ, because I think Peter's, in my view, are very close. most of the things he said I can agree with. But I've also had certain tensions, you know, because George and I get along probably better in terms of sort of our overall ethical judgments. And the question is, how do you fit those together? And the way I've sort of moved is you've got to separate science from policy.
Yeah.
It's very important to sort of say, here, science is not about anything we should do. It tells us absolutely nothing about policy. To have policy, you have to sort of talk about ethics, because ethics are involved with it. You have Hume's dictum that to arrive at a should, you have to start with a should. So you have to understand that. And classical economists were struggling with that. And they really put a big firewall between here we're doing science, no meaning for policy whatsoever. And that has a methodology, and let people debate about that. And a lot of it's there. As soon as we're talking about policy, we need a different methodology, a philosophical methodology that can deal with questions of morality. And that is not something we teach at all to our students. And we don't teach even the existence of that alternative to students. That here there's a way of dealing with moral questions and arriving at not a correct scientific answer, but an answer that will work for the society. And that's where you get the difference in terms of a social welfare function. We're telling people what to do, and the Wicksellian approach, where what we're trying to do is offer, here's possibilities where people with different views can really come together and arrive at a compromise. So what economists' job in terms of policy is to sort of provide, here we understand the different views, and here is something to sort of help advance that conversation along. So I think we're saying the same thing, but I distinguish much more sort of between science and between policy, because policy, we need a different methodology. And that methodology comes from philosophy. We don't want to get really deep into it. So as soon as we do, a lot of the papers here get so deep that they're going to lose all economists. Trying to understand, economists haven't had any training in philosophical methodology at all. So it's totally new and different to them that here you will arrive at a shared judgment. You're not arguing to win, you're arguing to better understand what the other person's saying. And if we did that, I think it'd be a long way. And sort of the things I've been looking at is how within the principles course, can we start at least letting students know that that's important.
David, I don't have anything really to add to that, except that I agree with you on that. And I think that the only way that we can resolve these sort of differences is coming to understand one another's, moral presuppositions, and understand that we probably have a lot more in common maybe than not, in terms of that, if we're prioritizing the notion of a self-governing democratic society, we begin with the presumption that we're one another's dignified equals, that no one has any, claim to special status or whatever in the conversation. And that means that political economy or the science of economics must be meshed with a political economy, as you put it, that's an art as opposed to the science, right? And I agree with that.
Economists hate to be called artists, so I've moved to calling them craftsmen or craftspeople. Okay. So craft of economics as opposed to art of economics, because as soon as economists hear art, they run as quickly as they possibly.
Yeah, but with Craig Friedman, your book, I talk about it in the draft of the paper here, but it's it's very much along the lines that I'm trying to develop the argument in here.
And the real question I think that you haven't addressed is, why has that argument been associated with conservative, particular sort of ideological views? And why isn't it open, sort of to everybody? And in some ways, it's because the questions haven't been answered. In other words, the market doesn't tell us how things are divided. The property rights tell us how they're divided. And that's an enormous question that can't be answered here. This is what the answer is. It has to be part of the discussion. And sort of my enormous like of Buchanan sort of left me there that he never quite sort of addressed that. He does at times. And part of it is Gordon sort of pulled in different direction because he'd sort of joke or sort of push it, as opposed to Jim, who'd really try and discuss the issues, but sort of somehow they never came out, it seemed to me.
Yeah. I would just say on that, you know, that's the reason why, for example, Sen is always very respectful of Buchanan, but not necessarily of Tulloch or others, even Becker. So in Swedberg's book, Conversations Between Economists and Sociologists, in the interview with Sen, he raises this issue of economic imperialism. And because of the timing, it was written around the time Buchanan won the Nobel Prize. He asks Sen about Buchanan, and Sen pushes back and says, no, Buchanan's not part of that crowd. You think he is, but he's not. But the reason why he's identified with that is because Tulloch was not only identified with that part, but was like that part on steroids, right? And so, you know, in Buchanan's close association. So I think there's a lot of peeling pieces of the argument apart that need to be done. So I agree with you. And I think that we need to, again, explore these tacit presuppositions a lot.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you for your question. Paolo, I'm afraid that I know you've got your hand up. I'm afraid that you're going to have to take that conversation online, if that's okay, just because of the timings. Peter, thank you so much. I hope you'll stick around, and hopefully you'll join us tomorrow too.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. I greatly appreciate it. Yep.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Our next session, I'd like to welcome Ferda and Irene, and it's Ethics and Grassroots Economics, a Quest for Collective Meaning. Hi, Irene, nice to see you. And then we'll just...
Hello.
Hi, over to you.
Hi.
Hi, Ferda.
Hi. Ferda, would you like to share the file? Would you like me to share the file? What do you think?
Would you please do that for me? Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Let me turn this off. So
thank you.
Let's see. Okay, it allows me to share. So that's. So during the day we were discussing, actually there are two discussions here in this conference. One is the problem of economics as a discipline. And the other problem is, what are we going to do concerning ethics? So Ferda and I have been working for 11 years now, concerning what economics we want to learn and how to make the economics relevant to the people who are living in the economy. So Ferda is going to start the presentation, and then I continue. So Ferda, up to you.
Thank you very much, Irene.
So you can see, everyone, you can see the slides, isn't it?
No, not yet.
No.
Only right.
You can see the slides. Okay.
No, I can't. We can't see the. No, we can't see the slides.
Okay, let me try again. Okay, so what about now?
They're just loading now.
Yes.
There you go. They just need popping in presenter mode, and then they'll be ready. Perfect.
Okay, Ferda, you're presenting.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for having us at this time and this place. Our topic is ethics and grassroots economics, quest for collective meaning. As Irene said before, we have been working together since 2010, and the two of us, and this presentation is going to be a part of a bigger project. And today we will talk about the grassroots economics and its relation with ethics and how we teach ethics when we are teaching economics. So let me start with the first one. We call ourselves as bacılar, which means sisters from the same mother in Turkish. Not because that, not just to show that we are close friends, but we have a specific purpose to do that. We have decided to name our group as bacılar because there was a women association in the 13th and 14th century Anatolia called Bacılar, and this group was composed of women of Anatolia, irrespective of their origin. These women were coming together, organized as fighters, as producers, and as distributors. So they were uniting their efforts for supporting the life of their communities. So it was quite inspiring for us. We decided to take the name. Unfortunately, it's a topic of another maybe discussion. But the women's association were Bacılar were forced to dissolution when the Ottoman Empire get powerful, and the perception about the roles of women and men were adopted towards the Ottoman Empire's policies. So what is our aim in this presentation? We would like to present our position and experience, keeping in mind that we transmit ideas and debates concerning ethics and ethical decision making to economists, especially to the students of economics. So we are quite aware that we have a strong responsibility in teaching economics to our students and in sharing our knowledge concerning economy and economics to other people that we meet in our everyday life. So why we say grassroots? Well, we think that the ongoing economic theory and the ongoing economic curriculum that is taught in the university, that are taught in the university, that is taught in the universities, is not is not providing us answers that are related to the problems that we are encountering in our daily lives. At least it might provide some answers, but it is not. We thought it is not enough. So there is one option: to complain about it and forget about economic theory and economics at all, or start trying to revisit the theory, revisit what people are doing in their lives to preserve their livelihood. So we decided to look people around us and try to observe how they behave when it comes to economic decision making, and specific to this today's topic, how they behave when it comes to ethical economic decision making. So what we think is that as Bacılar or grassroots economics learners, researchers, teachers, and ordinary citizens, we took and take for granted that all knowledge and all action, whether it is formal teaching or supervising within the context of a university, or informal knowledge exchange through cooperation with communities, has an ethical element in it. And we cannot avoid making a decision related to ethics when we are discussing the economy, and even more when we reach conclusions and make policy recommendations about it. For this reason, what we believe is that writing about ethics is for us equivalent to learn economics that exist outside departments of economics and academia in general. We share the view that economic knowledge should not be unethical, and if it is, then this is an important flaw and that needs to be addressed. And we took the way of doing it by looking at how ordinary people, I mean, by ordinary people means people who don't have formal economics education, and look at how they do when they are dealing with economic problems. So when we say economics, we usually mean mainstream economics, and that which happened to be the mainstream curriculum in the universities, which is mostly concerned about capitalist economic problems. It has class bias, gender bias, race bias. It has issues concerning the destroying of nature, the environment. So it is aggressive to environment, and the planet has this big climate problem that lately everybody is talking about, and it seems heteronormative, and it discriminates directly or indirectly concerning people's abilities and ages, and it focuses on atomistic individuals who has no connections to the societies in which they live. So it is quite interesting that it is supposed to be a social science, but its value of analysis is something that is atomistic and has no connections to the society that atomistic individual lives in. And the theory presented to the students in the universities or schools is mostly European-centered, global north-centered, and it is taught as if there is no other knowledge. Economic knowledge is produced elsewhere in the world and elsewhere in a society. And of course we observe other economics at other schools of thoughts in economics, like feminist economics, Marxist economics, Keynesian, Schaffian, ecological, institutional, all sorts of. We can classify them under the heading of heterodox schools. Of course, we have a very valuable contributions from these different schools of thought, but we still think that they are still too Western European, middle class, male dominated. So we have to think about it twice when we are talking about solving the problems that the mainstream is not answering about. And of course, we have other schools of thought, or they are not maybe schools of thought yet, but we have other attempts to think about economics from beyond the limits of these ongoing schools of thought and the mainstream economics, like the ones in Latin America, all different attempts from labeled by solidarity economics and some form of non-capitalistic Islamic economics. But as I said, still we decided to look at what people do to live their life if they don't have a formal education. To us, it is better and maybe lucky, because your brain is not ruined by the these already mentioned theories. What we do when we are researching grassroots economics, we look for all sorts of knowledge, ideas, and practices of people, and practices of communities, practices of all sorts of groups of people, and look at what they do when it comes to economic decision making, when it comes to ethical issues in their everyday culture. We look at social movements and the preconditions of social movements and the demands raised in those social movements, and the very acts that are taking place within those social movements. We look at the arts of different societies, how economics is represented in different branches of arts in different societies, because as I said, we believe that the economic theory is biased depending on the geography, the culture, the class, the race, the gender that you belong to. It is quite valuable to look at languages, different languages and dialects. To me, it was quite striking, for example, when I realized that we don't have a term that has the same meaning with economics in Turkish. We have something that means only survival, to keep you survive. And we have an Arabic word for economics. It is iktisat, but it is not Turkish. So I thought that maybe the nomads in the Central Asia didn't think about economics and the, how could I say, economics and economic problems in terms of the terminology that we learned as economic students when I go to university. So that's why I have difficulty in understanding the society I live in, and I have difficulty in understanding other societies and their different economic behaviors. So this is what we generally look at to grasp when we are trying to understand grassroots economic experiences. Before I let Irini to continue with the rest of the presentation, maybe I just say a few words and introduce the topic concerning the ethics in economic theory. As we all know, ethics was quite important and debated subject when it comes to classical school. Although they have their own biases, but when the mainstream became neoclassical economics, it is almost put aside, and economic theory doesn't have an ethical conduct at all. So we thought that this has to be examined and tried to be understood from the lenses of grassroots knowledge. So let me stop here, Irini, if you like, and you might continue, and we will speak again when we have questions or comments. Thank you very much.
I made a mistake, and I'm going to share again the file because I made a mistake. I'm so sorry. Ferda, you have a question on the chat about the Turkish word. Okay, so possibly you can see okay. So yeah, there is this question, Ferda, in the chat for you about the Turkish word. So the issue we have with Ferda is that we started the project with the ethical question that we cannot reproduce theories that perpetuate injustice in the economy, or that they are imposed on a society without the society having any say about how to understand the economy and what to do about it. So what we observed is that I was 2009, I started my PhD, and there were no ethics or let's say codes of conduct in the economics profession at all. And after 2008, the question has been raised, and both professionals, but also people outside the profession, whether they were policymakers or social movements and communities, they were questioning the lack of ethical awareness in the discipline. So we have seen with Ferda that there is a very slow development of this discussion, and it is more like how economists behave to each other, or whether they have conflicts of interest when they are advising governments, but we don't have yet a full debate about the ethical pathways that we can have in the discipline in reality, especially under the conditions we are facing, the historical conditions of climate change that Ferda already mentioned, and huge economic inequalities and problems we have in terms of running our economies, like our energy systems, or let's say our job markets. So what we see is that we lack everything. We lack a discussion about what parts of the discipline are problematic structurally, and we also lack the discussion how to have an ethical practice as economists in a non-ethical economic system, and what ethics should we use in research, in teaching, or in advising policymakers. And with Ferda, we observe what communities do and how they perceive moral behavior in terms of their economic activity. The first thing that we see is that they're all together. So there is no perception that there is one individual seeking utility, and this to be considered an ethical stance. So we turn to collective ethics in terms of theory, or let's say as a pathway of thought, and we are very happy to receive feedback and also to refine and improve this. Because as the previous speakers have already said throughout the day, that economic policies affect everyone, we cannot avoid this fact, and we have responsibilities. As you may imagine, we cherish feminist and care and feminist ethics and ethics of care and advocacy ethics, which defines the responsibilities of the scholar towards the communities they work with, or towards the communities they give advice to. And we also believe, and this is why we use our grassroots economics approach, we believe that we have to pay attention to the ethics of the communities themselves, what priorities they put in the economy and their economic activity, in order to decide what is ethical to do in an economic situation or not. So when we teach, we teach exactly what we are learning, because we are learners, just like Ferda said. The first thing is that, of course, the economy is complex and the ethics is a complex issue. We have to accept that we don't know everything, and we don't know everything not only about the economy, and this is why we turn to people outside the economics department, but also we don't know everything about ethics, and we understand that the positionality of each person. This is why we use the concept of bachelor, that we are women and we have experiences from certain economies and societies where we have lived in, so we cannot know and advise effectively about economies we don't know about. So we would expect in such a situation that economists should step back and work with communities and prioritize their local knowledge to understand the economy. And we also recognize the power relationship between teachers and learners, and between the economic knowledge that we bring to the classroom as teachers, like in the formal setting of the university, and the economic knowledge that our students have, even if they have no previous training in the discipline, because they have lived in the economy, they have seen their families, let's say, living in a certain way in the economy, whether they are, well off, or maybe they have faced hardship. They have seen their families being discriminated. They have seen members of their families being exploited. So they have this experience and knowledge of the economy, and this is economic thought and knowledge at the same time. So we have to understand that this knowledge is not appreciated in the university and teach within this context. So we got a lot of inspiration from the Latin America and the global South, and let's say anti-colonial thought concerning education. So the pedagogy of the oppressed of Paulo Freire and the school of thought his writings have created is a huge source for inspiration for us. So we approach the knowledge that we share and the knowledge that we want to approach through, let's say, the collaboration with communities as researchers or with students as teachers, through the historical context of it. So of course there is colonialism and exploitation, and there is history behind each person that participates in a learning process. So we try to keep dialogue open, and also to empower students to use their own experiences from the economy to think about what they're learning. We prioritize the idea that a decision has not only to be, let's say, theoretically sound in economics, but also it has to be socially just. So we cannot just make any decision in economics and say that this is scientific. Because we, as Ferda already mentioned, we cannot escape the ethical decisions we have to make, because the issues are there. And it seems that the people outside the economics department have better perception of those issues. They know more about the ethics than the economists know in the economy. And this is why we think that the discipline and the economists can benefit from that knowledge and respect the knowledge that communities, social movements, societies have concerning how to make an ethical decision about an economic issue. So feel free to ask questions. We are happy to provide details about, the research program, and we are very happy to receive feedback because we are developing these ideas at the same time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Irene and Ferda. Do we have any questions from our audience? George has apologized and said, I'm afraid I have to leave now during this important intervention. So thank you, George, for that. Craig, do you have a question?
Yeah, thanks. Okay, that was great, really interesting. And I'm thinking about, particularly in connection with, I think it's sort of deliberative democracy, really, which has been mentioned a few times. But a work by, in particular, Nussbaum in Political Emotions. And she talks about, how important it is to have communities express themselves through artistic events and cultural events. And also Iris Young as well talks about how deliberation in public setting can be exclusive because the language of the disadvantaged might be different to the dominant language. So, so there's good reason to giving, a public space to people who wouldn't ordinarily have a voice. But so when you mention civil society organizations and you mention the arts and so on, are you thinking is the idea that it's a way for communities to express themselves in the public space? Is that where you're heading with that? Is that what you mean by when you refer to the arts and so on? And I'm thinking also of Boal. You mentioned Freire, but also there's work by Augusto Boal where he takes the arts to the community. And if there's a policy issue, or he did, that it would take a policy issue to the community, and they might form a play or some kind of artistic event around it, which would connect it with the local meaning. I can speak like that. So yeah, which means I find this stuff really, really interesting. I just wonder what you have in mind. Is it giving a voice to, let's say, the communities are not ordinarily listened to? It's about giving them a voice through giving them a mode of expression which suits their, the significance things have for them. Is that kind of something like the space you're in?
Ferda, would you like to answer first?
After you.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, it is this one, but not only this. The artistic expression, we don't want, because this is happening already. People go to communities, they discuss about a project, but they don't listen because they think, oh, those people don't know how to make something profitable or economic. We say the opposite. We say that they know already what is happening, and that their artistic expressions, or their customs, or even their denials of a policy have economic knowledge already, which, because it is not appreciated and not, let's say, perceived to be economic, it is erased in the dialogue. So it is not a psychology, let's say, a psychological balm issue. What we want to show with this program is that there is knowledge out there that can help the economy get better in general. And it is not used because of the power relationships that exist already in academia and in the discipline, especially. So it is what you have described plus decision-making power, because they know already. I mean, I don't know what people, let's say, in Brixton, in London, are experiencing right now in terms of the economy right now in the UK. I'm living in another city. I've never lived in London. So in case I wanted to devise a solution, let's say, or a policy about them, I mean, my economic training and readings and study is what we say is that's not enough.
Yeah.
It is not enough, and we have to admit that.
An advantage of that approach is often referred to as being epistemic, that you discover things that you otherwise couldn't possibly be aware of. Yeah, thank you.
And I would like to add something what Irini said. Well, for Turkish case, what I see, for example, through the folk tales, folk songs, the issues in those pieces of arts, it seems, since people are forbidden from the political space, since the political space is kind of unapproachable to ordinary people, it is the place where people show their knowledge and disseminate it to other people. Mm-hmm. And for example, we have many songs about the issues in distribution, land distribution. Yeah. Or for example, it's we have songs about how bad a landlord, bey, is to leave the poor peasants left for poverty during the whole winter, even though they produce the harvest. This kind of stuff. So yes, like you said, it is the place, it's the domain where communities express themselves, especially when they are lost within the existing power relations. That's why pieces of arts are very important, provide us very important clues about what people think about economics and their experiences. Thank you.
Excellent, thanks so much.
Thank you, Craig. Do we have any more questions for Irene and Ferda? Paolo, over to you.
No, I just wanted to ask what connection you have in theoretical, practical terms with researchers in economic anthropology, because this is a discipline that exists. There is a journal of economic anthropology, and I think that you're dealing basically with this sort of things. And second, what connections do you have with other people who are concerned with these issues? For instance, just about a week ago, let me check, it was the 5th and 7th of October, so let's say 2 weeks ago, there was the Global Forum on Democratizing Work, which had 128 panels in 9 languages, 16 national chapters, 387 speakers, and over 3,000 attendees, which were not necessarily academics. They were people from NGOs, from local realities, and they had specific national chapters dealing with the very specific issues. And I happened to listen, for instance, to a very interesting presentation where in this case, it was a lawyer who was telling this story about how she and a group of people working with her were interacting with people whose village had been destroyed by a dam which contained the residuals of the waste of a mine, and they were interacting with them in order to in turn interact with the architects and the experts who were supposed to reconstruct the village in order to avoid having the technocrats prevailing over the requirements of the people. So I believe there is something going on, and I wonder whether you are in touch with these realities.
Well, thank you, Paolo, for your comments and the question. Yes, actually, we are trying to do this. The thing is, the bad thing is that economics profession, especially the economists that are dwelling in the universities, are detaching themselves from such real issues. We all know what they do. So this is what we are trying to do: get connected with those groups of people who are, trying to deal with real life issues when it comes to economic problems. And almost everything in daily life is an economic problem. So yes, we made two workshops, one in the UK and one in Ankara, in Turkey, and we brought together some groups of people, some local groups of people who are doing sorts of like solidarity economics and cooperatives and other sorts of groups to get contact with these people and understand the motivations that brought them together, and understand the problems that they are encouraging while being together and how could I say, behaving together, trying to produce and trying to consume together. And in those two workshops were very productive in terms of receiving such knowledge from different groups in these two different countries. And I'm sure, and we all know that we have many more initiatives in different countries trying to put economics in its correct place where it has connections with real life economic issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this question. Well, first, I attended the Global Forum of Democratizing Work. I missed the session you mentioned, so I hope that they release the videos and I can find it as well. This is very, for me, it has been a great initiative to see how much work it is done by social movements especially. And this is not appreciated by the economics profession. And this is what Ferda and I try to do. And we see a lot of work because social movements are discussing the economy and they are producing theory that's valuable for everyone, not only just for economists in reality. And of course, economic anthropology, we use it. You can see this in all publications that have emerged from this program so far. So you can see, I mean, we can share, papers if you want, because economic anthropology, history, linguistics, sociology, women's studies, folklore, especially critical folklore studies, and studies about indigenous cultures are also helping us. So it is not that there is no economic knowledge outside economics department, but there are other departments that are doing economic work that we need, and the economists still don't appreciate that work as economic. And we try to use this knowledge to the best of our ability because we recognize also the limitations. People that say in folk studies, we can't replace them in what they are doing, but we are trying to use the work they have done and show that there is economic thought outside our business schools, for example.
Thank you very much. Emil, you have your hand up. Would you like to ask a live question? Please pop your camera on.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Yes, exactly. So my contribution and question is, you talked about economic anthropology, but you didn't mention anything about the informal economy, which in many countries today, and mainly in many countries in Latin America, in many countries, Africa as well, the informal economy or the informal sector is growing. And according to some statistics, you have around 80% of the people working in informality, in the informal economy. And we have that structure of informality. The mainstream economy doesn't capture it. And so there is this gap of, you see, a country where you have around 70% of GDP is from the informal sector. And you see, in these countries, they keep on using the traditional way of macroeconomics policies, like, all the microeconomics policies, but it is not actually, it does not have any impact on the ground because many people are in the informal sector, and which is not regulated, and sometimes we actually fail we pretend to know much about the economy in those developing countries, but the informal sector and the informal economy is growing, and it keeps on growing, but we still, I don't know what you think, because how can we account for such a growing informal sector, and how can we come up with theories, which actually the normal way, the mainstream economy is failing so far, explaining or giving some coherent theories about it. So I don't know what is your point of view concerning that. Thank you.
Irini, would you like to take it first, or? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Emil. A very important and very valuable question. It's a deficiency that we didn't mention, but of course, we have our opinion about it. Well, to me, it is easy for the mainstream to disregard the informal sector, because, if you assume that something is not there, then the problem is solved in mainstream. So this is how they do. But we cannot do it. Of course, if we are talking about grassroots economics, then we have to explain what are the conditions that puts people in the informal sector, and what are the implications of the growing of this huge increase in the informal sector will imply for the majority of the people in many countries. So we have to, of course, we have to search for it, and this is what to me, grassroots research will be a nice starting point in understanding how people are trying to survive under neoliberal capitalist conditions. This might be the critical point that we need to start in understanding the informal sector. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, that was a great question. Thank you very much for asking this. First, as Ferda said, I think that the whole concept of informal economy is a way for the mainstream economics to forget about it and blame the poor people for tax evasion while they try to survive very low wages and by living in precariousness, because this is what's happening in reality. The other point is that under the label of informal economy, we have several local economic structures that differ from country to country and from region to region. And some of them might be beneficial for the people. So we have informal economic ways where women prevail in a market and they run the market and they make a living. They have some, let's say, economic independence through that informality. And there are informal parts of the economy where, let's say, big capitalists are controlling the markets. And we are talking, you know, some people, we can see not only capitalist tax evasion or social security evasion by the employers, because they perceive everyone to be, you know, all workers are self-employed business people. This is how they present this. And we have the literature, neoliberal literature, that sees everyone to be a self-employed small business person. And we also have mafia. So we have, let's say, a lot of violence in some parts of that informal economy. That's not the same as let's say, a small market in London that is run only by women, for example. So under the label of informal economy, in reality, it is the total disdain to all practices and the exploitation, because that some practice is not within the mainstream statistics does not mean that it's necessarily non-capitalist or beneficial to the people. So we have to, and I think that your question is crucial, because we have to see this phenomenon from the point of the view of the people who try to survive in this, just like Freda said, not from the point of the view of the policymakers who see tax evaders everywhere and all those poor people try, you know, to cheat the state. And this is something that's in the normal, you know, the usual discourse in literature that we try to avoid in that sense. But thank you for asking this, because yes, of course, I mean, this informality, it is the denial of capitalism to, let's say, to recognize the practice and take the responsibilities when there are, you know, businesses employing these people in an informal way.
Thank you for your questions, everyone. I believe that's all we've got time for. We've come to the end of the day. So Freda and Irene, thank you so much for being our last presenters of the day, last but not least. Thank you so much. I hope you'll be able to maybe drop in tomorrow, maybe. So thank you very much. Craig, can I'm just going to go through some housekeeping and then I'll hand over to you for closing words of the day. So tomorrow we'll start at the same time. So we're looking at a 9:45 start tomorrow. Very similar program to today. We'll do a quick welcome in the morning, but just to let you all know that today has been recorded. It will be added to the LSBU YouTube channel, and it will be shared with all guests, regardless of whether they attend or not, anyone who registered, so that you can drop into the sessions that you missed, or you might want to check back into the other sessions. That's all from me. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Craig, I'll hand over to you for closing words.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say thank you ever so much to the presenters, or everybody who attended, everybody asked a question or indeed didn't. Thanks ever so much. It just makes, I mean, it was just so good. I mean, it makes me, I've just learned so much. You know, I for one have learned a lot today. And there are some themes that emerge, but I wonder if really we could just hold, you know, I'm just hoping there are enough people around tomorrow, you know, after the presentation, so we could maybe have a brief conversation about where we think, what we, you know, if there are any themes that have emerged, anything we might feel we've established, because, you know, I feel really encouraged by it, because there do seem to be some things that connect the different presentations around. I mean, I think you said it yourself about, you know, on the one hand, examining economics, but also maybe, you know, is there a freestanding ethical approach? Yeah, I don't have anything more constructive to say than that, but I do hope we can have that conversation tomorrow, and I hope that people do attend. Thanks ever so much. And yeah, thank you. So see you, really hope to see you tomorrow. Bye-bye now.